all the fussing and fighting amongst one another. That's right. But we can do things together, and this is one thing that we have to do. So I want to welcome everybody.
Shout out to the chief of the Barkers. Shout out to the chief of the Barkers clan right there.
Seminoles in office so long, it makes me think of this song. Because even though our hearts are saddened, we also know that we believe in a land outside of this box of life that we live in present, and that greatest happiness is truly our happiness. It is. His happiness truly is our happiness. A lot of times, as human beings around the world, we don't align with that. And sometimes it just makes the miserable folk. We know that his happiness is our happiness. We call it for our hearts to unite. It's a song we often sing among us as Seminole people. And I'm glad today on this Blackmagik363.
What it do?
Get ready to take a journey back in time to the 1950s.
What it do? What it do? Hope everybody having a good day. It's your boy, Reno the Most, a.k.a. Lil V, a.k.a. Got Dreams, a.k.a. Trilly Trill. What's up to all my strictly ghetto engines out here in this big engine country? Hope y'all having a good day. Now today, we doing a reaction. What it do? Milestone Thoughts. He hit the mall. Everything he bought. Nike 903. He coming through buying a P. What it do? What it do? Right here is a reaction to the legendary Topcatz, the Seminole Wars, when he was on the Blackmagik363. Now I went up today and I chopped it up with him. And there's no beef or nothing like that. I ain't tripping or nothing like that. You know, he was reading and said what he said. And, you know, I just want to give my perspective, you know what I'm saying, about the situation of what he said. So, okay, so this how it came to me. So, you know what I'm saying, I was chopping up with one of the elders, and she had sent me a message with the, you know what I'm saying, with the YouTube, you know what I'm saying, about the Seminole Wars and stuff like that. So when I was just gonna peep it out, so then when I started peeping it out, I seen that it was like here recently, you know what I'm saying, and it was on the Blackmagik, you know what I'm saying. And shout out to Blackmagik363, you know what I'm saying. So so my first start peeping it out, but then I seen that, you know what I'm saying, that Topcatz was going live. But what made me peep it out, because she was like, yeah, he called Abraham a traitor. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, let me just up to it real quick. She say, yeah, she, you know what I'm saying? She brought up the link. She like, yeah, this guy called Abraham a traitor. I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? I see it's Topcatz. Now, I really don't tap into Topcatz all the time. I'm really more within Smokes, or you know what I'm saying, some of the other people's channels where I'm trying to like battle or something like that. But I do tap in a little bit to Topcatz a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But that ain't like a regular, but I do tap in a little bit. So I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Topcatz said that. And she was also like, he said that he was descendant of Osceola. So when I was gonna peep it out, you know what I'm saying, but I wasn't able to peep it out because I seen he was going live. So you know what I'm saying, I tapped into the live. Yeah, my bad, I was supposed to be playing my little deep shit. Gotta get my skills better. I apologize for the cussing. I told myself I was gonna stop out of cussing and try to make it more friendly. Got the elders watching now. Seeing that the elders is watching, probably the kids is watching also. So I want to be more respectful. But you know, I'm always down for some rec. I'm always down for anything because that's just, you know, how I come up. You know what I'm saying? But let's get back to the topic. So, so when I had went to his live, you know what I'm saying, and it ain't no checking thing or nothing like that because it's just information. But for him to say that Abraham was a traitor, I'm like, damn, because that's my people's, you know what I'm saying? My last name Abraham, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, all right, so let me go see what he was talking about. So this right here is when I went over to, I think this is it, hold on. Okay, yeah, this is when I went over to his live today. So if you get a chance, go subscribe to, if you ain't already subscribed and tapped in, subscribe to the legendary Topcatz. You know, he be pushing good information and stuff like that. You know, he a good brother for the community and stuff like that for sure. You know, but I just want to give my reaction about what was said. So let me turn off this. I should have had it on earlier, tripping. So let me bring that back. So this is me hitting this live. Just like I say, I never did watch the video at the time when I hit the live. I'm just, you know, reacting to the text. I'm like, damn, that nigga just called my nigga a traitor. Let me just try to see what's up. So here we go.
Nigga, leave the studio like I just told you. What we gonna do, man? We gonna drop the link. We gonna get some people in the building. I'm on the way. Ain't no good next to this, babe. If y'all want to pull up, talk about the bill last night, if there's any new people in the building that have questions, don't be alarmed. Man, it's an open panel, open to all. Let work. And I seen a few people had some things to say. Some Moorish dude, he got a problem with the Indian shit. You know, I like Moors, bro. I'm not trying to go down that road, but I fold one of you niggas ass up, nigga. I'm not just a lecturer, homie. I'm the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, nigga. I hold all of the belts. In this debate shit, nigga, and I will push your motherfucking teeth in the back of your throat. No joke. So the link in the chat, nigga, I'm taking all fades. We taking all handshakes, dabs, love, peace, respect, all of that. But nigga, don't let the sweater fool you. Don't let the sweater fool you. I had on last night, nigga. I will I'll chip your motherfucking tooth, nigga. We got ghetto Indian in the building. Hold on. Let me get this down. Let me get this down so the people can see you. All right, turn up. That brother sharp. Okay, goddamn nigga. You Indian or Muslim, nigga. How much the bean pies going for? If I get two, I know you gonna show me some love on the third one.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you that love, man, for sure, man.
What's up? Peace to you, brother. How you feeling?
All right, man. You know, I appreciate the build, everything you do for the community. But the elder said that you had some things wrong on your video last night. I didn't get to see the video yet, but
You
they
said
said
an
you had some things
elder?
wrong.
You said an
Yeah.
elder?
So just like I say, it was crazy how this happened because I just got the text from the elder, just like I wouldn't say 30 minutes before he went live. Just like I say, I was supposed to start peeping out his video, but then I seen that he was, going live, so I just tapped into the live. So like I said, I never did see the video. I'm just tapping into the elder saying that he was a traitor. You know what I'm saying? All right. Yeah, the elders, when I'm a Seminole.
Elder.
Yeah, I'm a Seminole, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm Abraham, just saying
Wait,
all that, cuz. What's that?
You kind of choppy.
What's that? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Say something.
Is it better now?
Okay, there we go.
Okay, my bad. Now the elder said that you had some things wrong about the Seminole thing that you was talking about last night.
Can you do me a favor? Can you contact the elder and tell him that I'm live right now? Cause I love to talk to him about this.
Now this is a lady elder, a John Horse descent, and hopefully that she'll be able to come on, one day and be able to talk because she got great information. She really deep into it, really deep into the geology. She got a lot of information. A lot of her family is over there in Mexico, Texas, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? She's coming from that side with it for sure. So hopefully that she can tap in. Like I say, we be corresponding a little bit, and it's like I say, hopefully we can make that happen because I know she got great information that everybody would love to hear. Now we can chop it up, man. You can chop it up about it.
Okay, no problem. Let's go.
Yeah, they said that you said that Abraham was a traitor.
I didn't say it. The
See, and I respect that part right there that you just reading. And we get a lot of information within these books and within the writings and a lot of stuff that we get, and that's what it is because it's a historical, and we taking it from what it is. So when I understand that, it's like I say, I respect that. You know what I'm saying? So let's keep on hearing what he's saying.
Congress said it. So it's a guy in Congress I brought out. They said he was a traitor. They paid him $200, and the nigga signed, and the nigga falsified the treaty. Yeah, and other Seminoles was mad about that. They didn't respect it. They weren't standing on it. So Abraham took $200. I mean, I would love to meet the elder who said I was wrong on that, because if they didn't know, well, now they know.
I'm saying, how's that a traitor?
He took $200, talking about we gonna move, we gonna push off. The Seminoles was stern on staying where they was at. They was like, we gonna fight to the last man.
Hold on, what year you talking about? You talking about the 33 or 32?
I'm talking about when Abraham was there, yeah.
I mean, because there was a lot of different times where he was chopping it up with the army and everything.
Yes, it actually is possible to eat healthy and still have a life.
Factor has made the biggest difference in how I eat and how I stay on track.
So if that was the case, if that was the case, they would have just killed him. Just like they did Charlie.
So you don't think Abraham? So you think it was cool? Abraham took that $200.
Yeah, everybody was taking money. He a chief.
Not everybody took money. That ain't true.
Everybody was taking money and signing the treaties.
If that was true, then why they didn't say everybody? They said Abraham.
And he was just in Turkey.
Back to Washington, D.C. and told them that the Jackson administration. So first off, Jackson had spies. It was so much. I had damn near 200 and some slides. I didn't show everything. You know what I'm saying? Because I said I'm just gonna box. I'm just gonna come off my jab and I'm just gonna box. I'm gonna use lateral movement. I'm just gonna box and pop shot through this motherfucker. But I could have went deeper than that. There's no doubt that Abraham did what he did. If people don't feel like, you know, that was, you know, then that's cool. But I just put the information out on what happened. You know?
All right. No,
Yeah,
you know.
now Osceola, my kinfolk. That's my 8th ancestor. Osceola. Well, I don't even call him Osceola because it's not his real name. His real name is William Powell. That's his name. The Osceola shit, they made that up later. He never heard of Osceola before. That nigga ain't never heard no name Osceola. That nigga name was William, and they call him Billy. Billy Bowleg. That's not his real name. You know, so it's a lot of, you know,
Yeah, that's my peoples too. Yeah, Abraham, my peoples. Bowlegs, my people. Cudjo's, my peoples. I'm all that.
Real name?
You say what?
Do you know Billy Bowleg's real name?
No, I don't know Billy Bowleg's real name, but I'm coming from the Jim Bowlegs.
You coming from who?
Jim Bowlegs.
Which one? Because you know it was
Jim Bowlegs was the Negro chief.
Well, all of the Bowlegs was chiefs. One of them passed, and then, you know, the little homie took up the name, but that's why I said it wasn't his real name. But he came after another chief that was Bowleg. Yeah. So was it the Bowleg that I was talking about that fought in the United States because of troops in Kansas?
Yep.
Okay, that's your kinfolk. Okay, yeah.
I mean, that's who we come. That's who we come. It's like I say, I'm more connected to. That's who we come up here with through all the little waves or whatever. But yeah, we was all connected like that.
Who is your elder though, fam?
All right. From John Horse descent.
John Horse?
Yeah, John Horse descendants.
Who is your elder chief that said that I?
And, I just ain't gonna put her name out there yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure she's gonna be able to talk for herself. She's very confident and stuff like that, and she know a lot. So, it's like I say, y'all really be meeting her soon. She is a John Horse descent for sure. She know everything about the genealogy within the Seminoles, breaking down family names and who is who, connecting and stuff like that for sure. What's up, the Wild Savage? He gonna get that cabbage. Yeah. And that's what's up, you know what I'm saying? Because that's why, that's why, man, I feel like that I'm qualified myself, you know what I'm saying, to be speaking up on this right here because of this factor right here. So it's like this me right here for sure. We know the most. You know what I'm saying? My real name, Vernell Abraham, you know what I'm saying? Now, let me show you this for sure. Now this how I'm connected. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do the genealogy, you know what I'm saying, and show the paperwork for sure. This me right here, this my mama. It's my mama right here now. Her mama, which is my grandma, she Barkus and Bruner. You know what I'm saying? Her mama is a Barkus and her daddy is a Bruner. We got two bands, the two Freedman bands out here is the Freedman and the Barkus. So, you know what I'm saying? I'll be able to show my grandma's line too, but right now we doing my grandpa's line for my mama. You know what I'm saying? This is how I'm carrying the name Abraham. You know what I'm saying? This is my grandpa. This is my mama's daddy right here. Now, this person right here, this is my grandpa's daddy. His name Jim. aka James Abraham. This right here, this is his daddy. This is Pompey. This is Pompey Abraham. And this right here is his daddy. We ain't got no picture of him. Hopefully I can get one because I'm tapping more in with more family in you know what I'm saying, as far as, you know, just meeting more family through social media and stuff like that. And, you know, some of the family got a lot of D records, you know what I'm saying? So hopefully I can bring her on because she is a descendant of Abraham also. But she coming from, so we coming from Peter Lincoln, Peter Abraham, which is Abraham's son from a woman named Passy Bowlegs. You know what I'm saying? So this is how I'm connected to Abraham, which I will be bringing the paperwork for sure. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna bring it for sure. You know what I'm saying? Connecting the names and everything. You know what I'm saying? But it's like I say, that's me right there. That's my mama, and this is the line through my grandpa. This is how I got to Abraham. That's his daddy. That's his daddy. His daddy right here is Peter. And this is Negro Abraham. So, you know what I'm saying? I just ain't no teacher, but just like nigga been saying, a lot of people put out videos about the Abrahams and about the Seminoles and about everything, which, you know, everybody gonna do their videos, everybody gonna do their thing, but it's like, you know, there's a lot of inside stories that they ain't got, but, you know, I understand, you know, that everybody gonna say what they gonna say and do what they gonna do, and I ain't hating. You know what I'm saying? But I just thought that, you know, when the elder had came with the text message, like he called Abraham a traitor, I'm like, damn, I gotta tap in. So like what I'm doing right now is just basically just tapping in with Topcatz, and it's like I say, this ain't no beef or nothing like that. I just want to tap in and get my perspective of what he was talking about. So we're gonna continue.
Because I would love to talk to him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to get that going. Yeah, we'll be able to get that going. No, it's a
Do we have a channel?
it's a
He just,
it's a lady.
oh,
It's a lady. Yeah, it's a lady.
Okay. And was she coming from the Afrocentric side? Is she saying that he mixed with African or something?
She said that we, and ain't no gull. All them people trying to put gull on us and trying to put all this other little stuff on. She said that we American. And she said we from here.
Yeah, so what did she find was wrong? Can you call her or something, like on the phone?
Well, I can't call her on the phone right now, but
or do you really feel like I had something wrong?
No, but I ain't even seen the video yet. But I was just supposed to peep it out because you just shot me the little video. I was like, hey, he called Abraham a traitor. I'm like, damn, I be fucking with Topcatz and shit. I ain't know that, you know what I'm saying? I was gonna peep it out, but then I seen that you went live and shit. So I'm like, well, shit, let me just tap in, you know.
Got down on the kinfolk.
See, man, the Topcatz a real nigga, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. I thought, like, damn, you just called my nigga a traitor, but he gonna stand on what he's standing on. You know what I'm saying? He gonna stand on what he's standing on, and he coming with this information. That's like I say, that's his information. But you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna present my little thing to say, all right, man, I really don't think that, and gonna show you why I think different. And this ain't no swipe or nothing at Topcatz. You know what I'm saying? I love what he do. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fan of him too, for sure. So definitely go subscribe to him. We first to get back to it.
Nah, I feel you. Hold on. But I I'm gonna show you, man.
No. But you said that it's coming from the book. You know what I'm saying? I understand. That you're getting that information, and that is what it is. That's the information that's out there. But that's it though.
Okay, hold on. Let me put it up because you say you ain't see it. All right, so we gonna all go there. All right, so boom, this the book you can get it out of right here too. The Second Seminole War. All right, page 22. So they're gonna talk about the Treaty of Payne's Landing. That was a false treaty.
Right. So that's why I'm saying that's 1832. If they felt like that he was dirty, they would have been got him out the way. He was still calling shots all the way up until they got to Oklahoma.
Come on, man. You know how many niggas ain't no big meats was doing a third party cooperation.
Come on, man. Come on.
That nigga walked the yard for 19 years and that nigga ain't even know he did third party cooperation. So
he been complaining that they was owing him money. They ain't even pay him the money.
Well, then they own some Zelensky shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Wood's been writing all type of little crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying?
He got paid. So check it out. This right here. So this what happened.
Hold on, I got to step away for a little bit. One moment.
Yes, sir. All right, shout out to y'all, man.
So, man, I was kind of busy, man. I wasn't able. So, like, from this point, I was kind of in and out the conversation. There was a lot of things going on around. So, man, I kind of really didn't hear what he was saying right here and stuff like this. But, like, once I get done with talking to him, we're going to move to the video as far as, like, watch the video and kind of just react to the video that he did live.
Anybody want to come through? I can feel the brother, you know what I'm saying? His ancestor, a lot of Afrocentrism people, put Abraham on a pedestal. You know what I mean? And if an Afrocentrist put you on a pedestal, you know why? That means you ain't shot at him.
I be shooting at them daily, homie. You know what I'm saying? I'm pushing that, niggas from over here in Florida, that's what I go back to, you know what I'm saying? I got to show the records later on that, what I got from one of the elders, showing that he was born in Florida. A lot of people think that he was born in Georgia or South Carolina or something like that, but he's really coming up out of Florida. So, yeah, man, we're going to get back to it.
No, we gonna keep it funky, But this the Seminole. Abraham was a Seminole. You know what I'm saying? So my kinfolk them. Yeah, I people might feel like, oh, what is homie doing speaking on it? That's why I gotta put Osceola on the screen and tell him, hold on, man.
And that's why I just put me and my peoples on the screen. You know what I'm saying? To show how I'm connected, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, why I'm speaking on it so tough, because this is family, you know what I'm saying? And I'm still carrying the name, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I say, it ain't no spite for nothing like that, but you know what I'm saying? I'm just speaking up.
See, nigga, I'm Osceola reincarnated around this motherfucker, nigga. Mr. Nigga get it cracking. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Get it cracking on the nigga shit. Push your line. But I feel the homie, you know what I'm saying? I understand. But Abraham took the $200, man. And it's not people that don't like him. This is what they're talking about in Congress. Now, if we can agree that the invasion on Seminole territory was, you know what I'm saying, a play, then how did they get in? Because they couldn't just walk straight to us. So they had to use people that was inside, you know what I mean? And then who did have a voice and influence.
See, and I ain't feeling that, man. Man, I ain't feeling that Topcatz, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't feeling that, man, that you putting that, you know what I'm saying? You kind of highlighting that a smut like that on a legend, though. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like one of the coldest chiefs ever to come up out of Seminoles. You know what I'm saying? The blacks to say was a traitor. The reason that we got up out of Florida. The reason that we got up out of Florida because it was just too many waves, and ain't nobody else coming down there to help us. Ain't nobody else coming from the west. Ain't nobody else coming from the north. Now a couple creeks came, but they was just getting away from whatever they was doing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm also show how, you know what I'm saying, the reason why it kept on being cracking, you know what I'm saying, it wasn't because of the Indians or so-called Indians, it was because the niggas had the bullets and the gunpowder. Yeah, they the ones that had it. I'm gonna show that later on too, you know what I'm saying? But just like I say, man, you to just say that, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of crazy though, but I feel you though.
And shit. So look, nigga, I'm cool-sided. Nigga, 1790 Treaty of New York was signed by Alexander McGillivray. I gotta take that. Alexander McGillivray, he took the money for the creeks and for the people in Florida. He got 2 checks. He made Spanish pay him and he made the British pay him. Nigga, he cool-sided. I gotta take that. On the chin. Even my ancestor them. Kalita did some dirt, and my people them wasn't with it. You can go to the website. They gonna tell you when everybody went to the reservation, the Mingos pushed back. The Mingos said they ain't going. Facts. So you know, it ain't.
Well, you know what I'm saying is that, you know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that they was all for it. You know what I'm saying? They was all for it. Yeah, okay, Abraham got some money about the situation, but he didn't turn his back on them or nothing like that. I mean, okay, he got the money and he persuaded them to not be able to enslave the blacks like that. You know what I'm saying? Even though they did still do what they was doing, you know what I'm saying? From whenever they was warned and they was, going into towns and certain villages and doing what they was doing throughout that whole little span. You know what I'm saying? But he was playing them. So this is what I want to show you right here. Because he just saying that Abraham got paid. But when we look at it, so he talking about Gasson. He said that Gasson did it. So let's look at this.
Of Major Fagan, another Indian agent. Of Dexter, the notorious Negro.
Hold on. Let me bring this right here.
Is the brothers Omatla, Black Clay, and Big Warrior, who openly acknowledged the signing.
Hold on,
These
let me bring
last-
that back. So they knew.
Some confessed the act, but declared that they had been drawn into it by the influence and advice of others.
Let me bring that back. Okay, so my thing is, if he a traitor, why is the white people protecting the slave? And they kept on doing deals for Abraham throughout the years before they even got up out of there. So if he's a traitor back in 1832, he outlived all these dudes. He lived to like 1870 something. We got the grave site. I'm gonna go to that also on here with this channel. You know what I'm saying? So this right here, what I'm showing right here, is my little video that I had did. You know what I'm saying? It's like my little second video or whatever. You know, where I got the little info with as far. So this right here is the treaty right here. So let's just let this little play right here for a little bit.
Bartered away the land of their fathers. Such was the report given to the world. It was not true. It was not a full council of chiefs. It was an assembly of traitors, bribed and suborned, of weak men flattered and intimidated. It soon became evident that the great body of the Seminole nation repudiated the treaty. Many of the chiefs denied having signed it. The head chief, Onapa, denied it. Some confessed the act, but declared that they had been drawn into it by the influence and advice of others. It was only the more powerful leaders of clans, as the brothers Omatla, Black Clay, and Big Warrior, who openly acknowledged the signing. These last became objects of jealousy throughout the tribe.
Come on, man. Look at all them signings, man. You know what I'm saying? When they all signed, but them ain't even all the people that they felt like, you know what I'm saying? Because there was more people that wasn't there. So that's why things kind of went haywire. But these people right here was all cool with it. You know what I'm saying? They was all cool with it at that time. That's why they sent 7 chiefs out here to Oklahoma. I'm going to show that also.
They were regarded as traitors, and justly so. Their lives.
Right there, we got Abraham and Cudjoe interpreters. Now these is black chiefs. They got their own towns in Florida. They doing their own thing. They been doing their thing. You know what I'm saying? But they putting smut on them. I feel like they putting smut on them. You know, everybody else can feel like how they feel. I feel like they putting smut on them for the simple fact that this is the way that they can be able. So they got to agree that they're not going to take the black people to be able to stop the war, to be able to move them around, to be able to kind of make them calm down a little bit. So they're trying to make it, you know, put smut on my peoples. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of crazy that, you know, for him to be around so long, around all these killers after 1832, and I guess what he say, a third party or something crazy like that. But just like I say, you know, that's his angle. But you know, they didn't say nothing about Cudjoe being a traitor, and Cudjoe got paid also. Yeah, Cudjoe got paid also. You know what I'm saying? So, but everybody getting paid. You know what I'm saying? Everybody getting paid. Everybody getting paid for their cattle. Everybody getting paid for, and then on top of that, these people are having one-on-ones with a lot of chiefs and a lot of, so he said that the other chiefs felt some type of way about Abraham. So how's this so-called slave just getting all this pull? He doing all this shady, goofy type stuff, and ain't nobody touched him, ain't nobody slapped him, ain't nobody did nothing. But they done killed some other people. They done ran up on other people. They done got down on other people. But he with Osceola, this is in 1835, 1836, 1837, within the thick of the wars. They talking to him too. So how from 1832 he a snitch, he a buster, but he's still riding with the chiefs is still with him. And you know, they kill traitors, you know, they take them to a tree. That's how they get down. I'm gonna do a build on that too. You know what I'm saying? But they stop it in like 1890. But how they get down is if you do something goofy, they basically take you to a tree and get down on you. But if you run, they're gonna get down on your family. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna keep the build going.
Lives were in danger.
Hold on, but I just wanted to show that all the Indian chiefs signed and Cudjoe got paid also. Ain't no busters going on. Hold on.
until the exploration had been first accomplished.
And this is when, hold on. And this is when they was in, no, hold on. No, this ain't it. This is the same one. Hold on. And this one right here,
Owners of the
and this one right here, is when they was at Fort Gibson, Fort Smith. This is after the 1832. So if he was a trader and he did, and they thought that, and they didn't agree, why would they all come out here? Why would they all come out here and agree on the land, so-called look at the land? But the reason that they didn't push this little treaty through is because they know that they got everybody drunk. You know what I'm saying? The Indian agent or the general or whoever brought them down here, they had got them drunk to be able to persuade them, and they know that, and the government threw it out. So just like I say, these the top killers. This is the Seminole War. This is the deadliest war for the United States at that time, dealing with Indians. They done spent the most money. They done took the most as far as losses with bodies, and they protecting this one black dude. They protecting this one black man. Who is this nigga? Come on, man. That's crazy. That's crazy for him to say that he was a traitor, though. Boy, but okay. But I just wanted to show that. Let's get back to when I was on the show.
You know, it ain't a sign of disrespect, but I wanted to put the information out there. I wasn't highlighting that homie was on some traitor. You know what I'm saying? I even said, this is not me saying this. This is, you know, the conversation being had.
Right. And I feel that because he did say it. You know what I'm saying? It's like I said, I just got the text from him like, damn, traitor. It's like, damn, but we're going to peep out the video also.
But I wanted to highlight that them invading, everybody wasn't cool with it. First off, the Rothschild and them didn't put up the money. They didn't feel the need to invade the Southeast because they were making so much money in the industrial areas in the North. Jackson them and them dudes out of Tennessee, Florida, South Carolina, and Georgia, remember, they were secret spies. You talking about John Gordon. You talking about the Forbes, who hired McGilvery daddy, LaShawn McGilvery. Yeah, we know names, and yeah, man, I run you all around this shit. Yeah, you know. But
So do you think that they was trying to smut him out because of he basically got over on them to where the blacks was going to be protected when they was trying to
No, I don't think they smutted him. I think he took $200.
I mean, he took the $200, but what was wrong about him taking the money?
Okay, hold on. Let's go in there. On my screen. Boom, boom. Goddamn, nigga, I'm on the screen. How can I get it?
He one of the chiefs. Everybody else getting paid. Everybody else getting broke off.
Oh, name somebody else who got paid.
Said all of them got paid.
I wouldn't say that. Now hold on. Let's go through this real quick. So
Echo got paid. Shit, most of them got paid whenever they came out here. That's what they agreed to.
Okay, so watch this here. So the suspicion, especially in the light of the Seminole firm, decade-long refusal to move. So the Seminoles didn't want to move. Hitchcock was convinced that Gasson had resorted to bribery in order to acquire the necessary signatures and the supposed consent of the Seminoles to move. So you got Seminoles saying we ain't going nowhere, we banging it out, and then a treaty gets signed.
See, but them Seminoles wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? You see how many Chiefs was there. That was the most Chiefs ever. You know what I'm saying? That was the most Chiefs ever, but you know what I'm saying? But there was some other ones that wasn't there also, you know what I'm saying?
They come back with a paperwork talking about they got names on it and that the Seminole agreed to move. Now, it stemmed from a first-hand account.
My nigga, they did agree to move because they went out to Oklahoma to look at the land. And they signed the treaty out here that I just showed.
By Army Captain Charles Thurston. You familiar with Charles Thurston? And then it was Gasson, who openly admitted to his friend, President Jackson, during a meeting in Washington, D.C., that he never could have got the treaty through if he had not bribed the Negro interpreter. According to Thurston, a West Point graduate who was present during the efforts to enforce the treaties in Florida, they were trying to enforce them.
You know what I'm saying? I like they want to see the primary on that, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? But I like what they said that somebody else seen it, overheard it. Come on, that's crazy. And that's the big meat smooth. Man, shout out to Topcatz, man. But that's a disrespect, though. OG. Hold on.
We was like, we banging it out. An interpreter named Abraham misrepresented the stipulations in such a manner as to leave the chiefs under the impression that they will have the ultimate decision. So he telling the circle, his homie them, that in the end, we gonna have the final decision. Not letting them know he third party cooperating because at the same time, in a such manner, in the press decision on whether to move to the West. This was the simple, unquestionable truth, as Hitchcock understood it. It also supports the Seminole versions of events because it was other Seminoles who said Abraham is bad people.
Abraham is bad people, so this is a so-called, they try to put him as a slave. But then, you know, some people big him up as a chief. Some people big him up as one of the war leaders, the war chiefs. And you know, I just don't understand why the government is protecting him. So he lied in 1832, where they didn't even move. And they kept on talking to him in the 1835 and 1836, 1837. They just kept on having conversation with him. Like, I'm just like, you know, why wouldn't they just, you know, like, why wouldn't the white people or the government just enslave him? Why wouldn't they just handle him? Or why wouldn't somebody just handle him? And the Indians think he bad. Like, come on, man. I feel like that they smutting my peoples. And because he getting over as far as because the Seminoles ain't moving without you know what I'm saying, without the black people. You know what I'm saying? But they not moving around, you know what I'm saying, without the black people. Now the other people that's coming in later in the game, you know what I'm saying, as far as the Creeks, they move different than the people that was already down in Seminole. That's what I'm saying. It's a different. We're talking about Wildcat and them. We're talking about Osceola and them. We're talking about Micanopy and them. We're talking about a whole bunch of chiefs that, you know what I'm saying, that was with Caesar Bruner. You know what I'm saying? That was with Negro Abraham. That was with Cudjoe. That was with Roberts. You know what I'm saying? That's with these people, man. So, and they had their towns. You know what I'm saying? But the thing was, everybody agreed to come out here because that's what General Jessup said, that everything was going to be cool. But then when we get out here, now we on Creek land, and the black people can't move the same way that they moved in their towns on the Creek land. But that's a whole nother story.
Abraham.
They wasn't even Seminole. Them is Creeks coming in later in the game. They from Alabama.
but nobody is a Seminole though. No, Seminole is a confederation. Yeah, niggas can't
Seminole is the people that was already in Florida putting it down.
Okay, so what nation would they be?
So when I'm talking about the Seminoles already putting it down, I'm talking about this. Okay, so when they had to kind of really get down where it's kind of, out there, is at the Negro Fort. This going back to 1812, in between 1812, 1816. You know what I'm saying? When Negro Abraham was over there getting down. I mean, come on, man. He been banging the whole time. In Florida. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, he can be able to speak up. He can be able to do what he do. You know what I'm saying? But let's keep it going. They were Seminoles, but they was just tribes within Florida. When the Creeks ran over there, that's when they started putting more of that label on there, but they was already Seminoles before that.
Okay, let's do this here because you say you ain't see the bill, so I'm not gonna hold you to that. So one thing that I did in the bill was I named the nations that was in the area. None of them, and then I brought maps out and shit too. None of them said Seminole. We know Seminole. A lot of people said mean runaway. That was a slide I missed. I wanted to straighten that out. Seminole do not mean runaway. It means unconquered. It means free people because it was certain nations, the Oconee Creeks. It was certain hitters that never signed the treaty and never submitted to none of them. Those were the niggas who really became Seminole. I wanted to bring that out. I didn't get that one last night. But that's another one that's coming from Washington. Now, Hitchcock understood it also supported similar versions of events. If they maintained the treaty stipulation were falsely presented to them, the fact that a payment of $200 to Abraham under the guise of just compensation was written into the treaty at the time, plus other reports regarding his penchant for soliciting bribes in return for favorable influence with the Seminoles adds further credence to the scenario. So whoever the elder was, I didn't get down on him. This is niggas in Washington who pushing their line, and they wasn't with the play that Jackson then was running, and they were speaking with other chief representatives, and they were saying Abraham bad people.
Nah, man, that's just them trying to smut him out because he was able to get over on them. He was able to make it for sure that they wouldn't go enslave the blacks and that the blacks was gonna be okay. So that's what they was mad about.
They signed the treaty, said we agree to go west.
Yeah, because everybody agreed to go west. Because everybody did agree to go west.
See, that's what we just went through. Everybody didn't agree to go west. Abraham told them people that we agreed to go west.
Well, the big head said that we were gonna go west. Micanopy.
Well, then leave for gas.
That nigga wasn't running shit.
Who was running shit then?
Man, that nigga wasn't running shit. Did we go west when he said it?
If he wasn't running it, then it was Old Nappy, who was Wildcat's father. That's why Wildcat was supposed to be the chief. Whenever we got down here with Micanopy and them died off as far as the OGs, but then when they appointed Jim Jumper, that's when the whole wrench got twisted up. No, because it was some because everybody didn't agree, but it wasn't like that. Okay, so everybody didn't agree. Okay, so everybody didn't agree, but it wasn't like we turned our back on them. We still there banged it out.
I agree, and I think that was the right choice. But it ain't to smut the homie Abraham. You know what I'm saying? It's just to bring out what happened. You know what I'm saying? Let's say he played on them because he did go back and tell the other chiefs, "Hey, look, ultimately it's our decision." So even if he took the money and was like, all right, yeah, we're gonna go west, cash me out. And then he went over there to the tribe and say, hey, it's our choice. We can bang it out. And I just, nigga, you want your $200 back, come take
But
it.
that's the money play that they was playing the whole time with Billy Bowlegs, and then was playing that whole money play with them the whole time on that third war. When they were saying, all right, gonna give us the money, then they'll kind of, all right, yeah, we're gonna leave, then they'll trip. And they're like, all right, we ain't tripping no more, then they'll give us some more money. Then, you know, that was the money play.
Well, maybe Abraham took the money and was like, nigga, and went back to the other chiefs and said, we ain't going nowhere. But did he bust it down? Because if they come looking for that $200, nigga, want to fight, nigga, you got to bust it down with us. Because we got to get active too if them nigga pull up. Like, we can't let them just get down on you. I know you.
See, and that's my thing. Why is everybody protecting Abraham? Why is the white people protecting him? Why is the protecting just him the whole time? Like, come on, man. He outlived everybody. Come on, man. Stop.
Since the sandbox.
And that's what I'm saying. He's still running around with Osceola and them in 1835. He running around with the killers after that.
Yeah, Osceola, that's my kinfolk. So
he running around with the killers. They would have been got him out the way if they felt some type of way.
Third party cooperated. Maybe they didn't
Come
know.
on, man. They would have knew. What you mean? They right there in front of talking to everybody in front of talking.
That nigga walking in the woods talking to them. That nigga meeting up.
Man, come on, man. Come on. Hold on, man. I gotta step away real quick. Hold on.
Man, that nigga meeting out at the diner, man. That nigga in the trench coat.
My nigga Topcatz trying to put that jacket on him, man. I can't let you put that jacket on him, man. Sorry, man.
Undercover, man. Yeah, drop the suitcase by the that nigga say drop the suitcase by the waterfront and walk out type of shit. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? We don't know. You know what I'm saying? I say that. I don't know. But in Washington, you know what I'm saying? They said he took $200 and he got bribed. He signed the treaty to go west and went back and told the other Indians it's up to us. You know what I'm saying? But how is it up to us, nigga, if you already done signed and these people coming out here talking about this the reason they enforcing. And when they put up the warrant, the paperwork, they saying, look out, your homie said y'all going west. So,
I just showed the treaty.
You know, maybe put us in a situation. Maybe they was from the sandbox. And you know, they let him make it on that, on some, you know, you can't be doing that type of shit. You know, maybe Abraham, listen, I got a little brother, right? My little brother was terrible in the hood. That nigga will take some shit from somebody, and when they come back, he be like, yeah, nigga, I took it. What's up? How we gonna counter this, nigga? I took that. So maybe he was on some demon time like that. My little brother like that. You know, yeah, I took it. What's up, nigga? Let's get down. Nigga, pistol play, however you want to do it. And
yeah, man, they had to
just keep it. Yeah.
He had to do what he had to do. But it's like I say, if they felt like that he wasn't no good, they would have just did him like they did everybody else that wasn't no good.
But they ain't know though. That's all I'm gonna say. You know, at the end of the day, it ain't the
Hold on, but you said that the chief said that he wasn't no good, or you said that somebody said that he wasn't no good. So
no, they didn't know. I'm saying maybe they didn't know. I said Big Meats walked the yard for 19 years and nobody knew he third party cooperated. So maybe that nigga third party cooperated and ain't nobody know. He's still out here smoking and hanging with us and
yeah, that don't mean that he coordinated the third party, though. You know what I'm saying? It could just be the third party just doing whatever they doing, you know, to make them look good.
So in history, there's a thing called the treaty parties. So you had them in every fraction. You had them in the Cherokee, you know, that was Major Ridge, them, John Boudinot, Buck Wady. You had, and then they threw a Molotov cocktail while they was in there. The first day they supposed to sign it, them niggas threw a Molotov cocktail in the highs. You feel me? So they broke that up. So they started meeting in secrecy. You had Chili McIntosh and Daniel McIntosh. They signed. They forged name on it, and Opa De La Hoya and them got ran off the block. You know what I'm saying? Billy Bowlegs was with Obadiah La Hoya. You feel me? And Obadiah La Hoya is a creep. Billy Bowlegs was with them when they went to Kansas, when they pushed off to Kansas. So
I'm saying, but I'm gonna do a build on that also, man. We're gonna get all that over here. We're gonna get all the black Seminole and all the Negroes found in America over here for sure.
man, you know, we'll never know what really was his intentions. But they do praise Abraham though, meaning in U.S. history, you won't hear about a lot of the revolutionaries, but they'll tell you about Abraham. And we know that they tell you about the people that worked for them, that they cut it for.
Freddy's steak burgers are handmade, hand sliced, hand assembled, and hand served.
I say that. check out OG. OG, man, it's real, man. Listen, man. Sometimes, man.
Come on, man. You can't smell them out like that, man. You gotta take the meat off the bone of what the woods be saying, man. They talking down on a black man that got over. This is a real heist that he pulled off. This was about $1 million heist that he pulled off to be able to get them black people up out of there. $1 million in 1850? Come on now.
Maybe he was out for himself. I ain't hear nothing about he busted down with them killers he was running with, like you say.
He the one that got Dade up out the way. That wasn't Osceola. He the one that got Dade out the way.
Osceola hit Dade.
Nah, Osceola was the one. Osceola was 30 miles away, and he killed the Indian agent that was down there at the time. He was 30 miles away.
You talking about the one that came talking about his wife was his slave, was a runaway slave. And Osceola said, nah, don't worry about it, I got him. And
the same Indian agent that went up to Savannah and brought him a wife, that brought him a rifle, or the same one that was locking him up and doing all that stuff, the same one that Osceola killed that same day.
Yeah,
that was 30 miles away. Yeah, but that was over there by Abraham Town.
No, okay, so when Dade them came through there talking about that was his Osceola wife was a runaway slave. It was his slave. And you know, they put the hit on him. So he probably didn't do it by himself. It probably was some other ones with him. Because Osceola said, nah, we ain't gonna hit him right now. And they went back and got him. You know, they just put their play together. Maybe he was there. Maybe he sent the hitters.
Man, that's what I'm saying. They try to downplay what all the niggas is doing, but you got to look at them primaries to see that the niggas was the one that was really putting it down. You know, they was the ones that was really putting it down. They was the ones that was really doing all the scalping.
It wasn't no. The people who call themselves Seminole, they was never there. Anytime in the 1800s you see them, they drawing them as a cartoon character. The only time we see a picture of a Seminole is in the 20th century that they claim today is a Seminole. But when we go back,
some of them was down there. I can't just do them like that. Some of them was down there, definitely. Okay, like as far as like Micanopy, Wildcat, and them, you know.
Micanopy and Wildcat, and you think they wouldn't? So you think Osceola was one of them? That was Osceola crew.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They all together. They all fuck with the blacks tough. They all together. We all together. We all family. But you know, once we got up here and Micanopy died, once we got up here to Oklahoma and Micanopy died, that's when they appointed Jim Jumper, and you know they started doing their little slave trading thing where they didn't, you know what I'm saying, where they didn't respect General Jessup as far as what he did for us down in Florida. As far as when we got up here to Oklahoma, we had to go through a whole nother ring of white boys to get respect, and so they got twisted up.
And it was based off of the treaty, though. Unfortunately, that's what they were trying to still use. The Treaty of Paine, they were still trying to use them treaties on them in Oklahoma. That's why they came to Texas, because of them fake ass treaties. But this is what I'm saying. So you think
No, they didn't go to Texas because of no treaties. The reason that they went to Texas is because we was on Creek land, and the Creeks were saying that they got to be disarmed. They couldn't no blacks in the Creek land, couldn't no blacks have no guns, or couldn't no have no horses. But they had their own little town in Deep Fork and Wewoka, and they wasn't feeling that. And they was saying they was drunk, they was doing their own thing, and they wanted to go over there to storm them. But that was the front, the real, what I'm saying, the real thing was to enslave them and get that money to be able to hunt black people. That was all what that was about. And they had to get up out of there because there was just too many waves. That's what I'm saying. We ain't got nobody coming to help. It's just too many waves. They bringing people from New York. They bringing people from Minnesota. They bringing, not Minnesota at the time, but Massachusetts. They bringing people from D.C. They bringing people from Tennessee. They bringing people from Mississippi. They bringing people from everywhere. Waved up.
Osceola wasn't.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Hey, where?
Didn't look like us. Cause I can go through the gen, like the nigga in my, and look, this ain't nothing. I went on Ancestry and found, I can show you the screenshot from years ago that my aunt sent me. I didn't even know. My aunt sent me all the work that she had on us. Boom, nigga, go finish it. And when I got it, I'm like, damn, Osceola in there, but it runs straight down. We come through his son, one of his sons, and my grandma still wear the surname that come through that bloodline. So that's why I'm asking. So are you saying Osceola didn't look like us? And you think Osceola was one of them other people on the pictures they showed?
I don't know. I must have stepped away from a little bit. It's like I say, I was kind of in and out the conversation. You know what I'm saying? So when I really didn't hear him busting down there, I wasn't saying that about Osceola. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things being said about Osceola, but I ain't say, you know what I'm saying? I ain't say nothing.
Osceola was a nigga, bro. What he told him when he got a nigga, what he told him, nigga, I'm Muskogee, Miccosukee, one of them he told them niggas. And cause they was, even his daddy, they say Osceola daddy was what's calling Paul. That wasn't his daddy. That's the dude that raised him. That's who his mama was fucking with at the time. But that's not Osceola daddy.
Right. So they definitely, that's what I'm saying. They've been downplaying and doing a lot of little goofy little stuff because, most of the time when you look on the Indian roads, most of the time the Seminoles, they not even really full blood. Most of them was like 50 or like something like that, but then they label fully, you know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of little stuff that, they ain't really get put out that I'm trying to put out there myself. Huh?
You ain't watched the lecture, so I can't. I want you to watch it, and then I love for you to come back on and do a video.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm gonna peep it out. Just like I say, I just seen that you was going live, so I say, man, let me just go and tap in with him just to, rub shoulders with you, man. But I appreciate everything that you do. You know what I'm saying? Everything that you do, you just pass your information. That the grind. I definitely respect that, man. And if you get a chance, check out my little video. My little channel. You know what I'm saying? I just started a couple of months ago, putting out little information that I'm coming about. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna tap back in with you though.
Lab on some shit, on some Seminole shit or something. You know
Oh, yeah,
what I'm
definitely. Oh, yeah, definitely.
But yeah, we do get that straight, and I want to get it straight too, because a lot of people be trying to pop it like Osceola wasn't one of us, and I'm like, nigga, I'm standing right here.
Right.
Ain't nobody in my family look like that, nigga. Our bloodline come. Osceola was, and then them niggas was on the whole crew, like you said, and them niggas was killers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They getting set up. Them niggas taking on the army for real. Hey, man, but I'm going to tap back in with you, though. I appreciate your bill, for sure.
For sure that.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordability. What you might not know, performance and durability go along with it. You see, we test, and then we test again.
He wanted to speak about the Gullah War. An expert on Indian policy. Guess what he's gonna say? Hitchcock was quite adamant in charging that the Jackson administration was dishonest and we're gonna go no sign. Seminole never signed the treaty. We was gonna bang it out like this and dealing with the Seminole Indians. So the Treaty of
Get the lights up. Get the lights up.
The Seminole sign. Seminole never signed the treaty. We was gonna bang it out. What are we doing? We're gonna go through that. So he said this unusual arrangement, Commissioner James Gasson bypassed the nearby Indian agent. So what happened? This is the guy Hitchcock again. He was convinced that Gasson had resorted to bribery, okay, to acquire the necessary signatures and the supposed consent of the Seminoles. This allegation stems from first-hand account by Army Captain Charles Thurston. This whole issue was fraudulent. And this is government calling it out, but they're gonna bypass it because then they're gonna bring them into the play on the money play. But anyway, in Washington, D.C., he never could have got the treaty through if he had not bribed the Negro interpreter. So when we hear people like Abraham and these famous Indians, these are traitors. Why? Because they used Abraham for $200 to sign the treaty. I didn't say it. This is what they're gonna say. So check it out. Right here, a black interpreter named Abraham purposely misrepresented the stipulations in such manner to lead the chiefs under the impression that they were, and they have the oath.
ultimate decision on whether to move to the West. This was simple, unquestionable truth. Now, Hitchcock understood what? It also supports he also supports misrepresented the stipulations in such manner to leave the chiefs under the impression that they were and they have the ultimate decision on whether to move.
My bad, I'm tripping. My bad. My production skills is goofy right now. I do apologize. But my thing is, I'm tripping. I can't believe I did all that goofy stuff. So my thing is, he getting paid like everybody else, which they not bringing this up in the book because Cudjoe got paid also. Everybody got paid that signed the treaty, but I feel like they're trying to smut him out within this little video. But I'm like, dang, why would you highlight this out of everything that you could have highlighted? You gonna put smut on one of the best black leaders in the USA to kind of hold, you know what I'm saying? That, you know what I'm saying, to put it down in a major way that everybody really don't know about. But this is one of the highlights that can, you know what I'm saying, that you was like, yeah, he was a traitor. It didn't happen unless he did it. It's like, hold on. So the Chiefs ain't moving because he moving? Everybody ain't moving and everybody ain't doing something because of what he said, but they all came out here after they signed the treaty. Just the as far as the one in 1832, that was the most one that everybody most signed out of all of them. Other than that, they got shorter and shorter. You know what I'm saying? So, but just like they say, everybody else wasn't there to just say, all right, we moving, to where they knew that, okay, it wasn't going to be no tripping. You know what I'm saying? It was going to be some tripping. So that's why whenever they came back from Arkansas, they said, nah, we was drunk. And that's why the government didn't recognize it either. You can read that also, which I'm going to bring that. But I just don't understand. These is the Seminole Indians. This is the Seminole War. They killed the most so-called people through the government and the army through all the Indians' war. And ain't nobody touching him. When they do line people up at the tree and get them up out of here. You know what I'm saying? And they did Charlie dirty. And they did some other people dirty too. You know what I'm saying? But they protecting this one so-called slave. Like, come on. But that's crazy how you highlighted it, though. I thought you could have, found another page, but I feel you.
To the West. This was simple, unquestionable truth. Now, Hitchcock understood what? It also supports he also supported the similar version of the event and maintained that the treaty stipulations were falsely represented to them. All right, and the payment of $200 to Abraham. So they didn't gave him $200, and he didn't came here and spoke for everybody. So let's walk.
Hey, Cudjoe got paid too. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I guess come on now.
A cracker delicious enough to get 18,800 5-star reviews.
Yeah, 25,000 people watching.
Right here, like I said, why am I qualified to speak on this conversation? Because right here, William Billy Osceola, Willie Paul is my 8th ancestor. This is my genealogy right here. This is me at his burial site. Now, when I went there, this is in South Carolina. Had to cross the bridge, everything, left out of Charleston. Went to go see kinfolk was down there. Beautiful fort right there, too. But this is what they say he passed away at. All right, now let's talk about it. Now we rocking. So 1816, we done went through the Second Seminole War, Treaty Payne, all of that shit there, right? Now we're gonna bounce over. This is a story that a lot of people don't.
So, what's up? Can you hear me now? You can't hear me? What's up? Can you hear me? What's up? Can you hear me? What's up? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, my bad. Yeah, man. So, I just wanted to give my perspective on that. Real quick, man. I don't think he was a traitor. You may think that a lot of other people may think that. I don't think that, at one time they did agree to this because even though they was warned, they down to do what they do. But at one time, there was times that they did agree to move around to protect their family and protect their kids because they, as far as the resources and the foods, it's different parts of the year. You know what I'm saying? Different minds, different things is going on, different thoughts, you know what I'm saying? Things is going on. But as far as like he went behind their back and the white people never told the Indians ever whatever, you know what I'm saying? Whatever he did ever, whenever they lost the first war also. So they lost that to where they didn't agree, and they never went and told the chiefs, and they used to sometimes sleep with the chiefs inside the same tent whenever they came to the forts. I mean, I ain't saying as far as the same tent, but as far as the same cabin and stuff like that. Like, why they protecting him? You know what I'm saying? But I feel you know what I'm saying? It's like I say, you know what I'm saying? The elders probably felt like, you know what I'm saying, about some other things, you know what I'm saying, that you probably said about John Horse or something like that. But yeah, that was kind of crazy how you I ain't gonna say it was crazy because, you reading it, you know what I'm saying? And it's coming from a book. This is one of your sources. So it is what it is. I'm gonna shout out to Topcatz. The one I'm fit to do, because I got to bust a move real quick. What I'm fit to do is play this on the part 5 of this General Jessup before they got up out here. And I'll be back here in a second. And we can do some more builds. I'm going to put the link in the chat if anybody want to come up whenever I come back. But go on and check this out real quick. I ain't going to be gone the whole 41 minutes. I'm going to be gone for about 10, 15 minutes, and I'll be right back. 15, 20 minutes at the most. So hold on.
Tiger Tail, for whom Jay sent yesterday, has gone for his mother, so the messenger reports. APL 1. Disappointed by Abram, he should have been here on the 27th. Set out for Tampa Bay, ordered the Marines.
And but this is 1837. So this is 5 years later. In 1832, he was supposed to be a buster, a traitor. Everybody looking at him sideways. They're trying to get him up out of here. And they killing up stuff. They definitely know how to murder. And they still waiting on him to come, and they didn't smell him out to the. When they would have been got him out the way. Come on, man? Why the white people just didn't gaffle him up and enslave him? Because he a big boy in the game, and he gon', you know what I'm saying? Because he got paid, and they feel like, all right, because we agreed him and we paid him to kind of, but get the chiefs to kind of move how they wanted to move. That he a buster, man. Stop it. They did want him to move. Stop it. But, so I'm going to let this play.
Tompkins Artillery and Major Graham's battalion down. Came to Fort Foster for the night, departed thence on the 2nd. Met the train going up, stopped a short time at the Little Hillsborough selected ground for the encampment of the troops. Tom, for whom Jay sent yesterday, has gone for his mother, so the messenger reports. APL 1. Disappointed by Abram, he should have been here on the 27th. Set out for Tampa Bay, ordered the Marines. Tompkins Artillery and Major Graham's battalion down. Came to Fort Foster for the night, departed thence on the 2nd. Met the train going up, stopped a short time at the Little Hillsborough selected ground for the encampment of the troops. Arrived at Tampa, dined with Captain Crabbe. Had a conference with Cloud. 3. John Hoponi, Tostoni Harjo came to see me with Cloud. They dined with me. Wrecked a report from Major Childs, stating the arrival of Abraham. Requested that he be sent forward. Wrecked a report of the capture of John Hicks and his party west of the Sewanee. Directed the reserves to New Orleans. Wrecked an order from the Adjutant General to return the dredge boat. Reported that it had been done in March. Directed that a relay of expresses should be established by the Q Masters Department and ordered horses to mount a part of Major McClintock's command. Directed horses to Volusia for the dragoons. Wrecked a letter from the third auditor of the 13th of March containing a statement of the amount, in which a receipt of Major McKay for $231 had been omitted. Wrote to Major Cross on the subject. 4. Sent Lieutenant Lurl to Fort Mitchell for public papers. Sent my serve with him for my baggage. Sent him also for funds for the Indian service. Informed Lieutenant Colonel Harney that horses would be sent to part of his COMD. Wrote to Lieutenant Harris acknowledging his letter stating the deports he had under. Holati Maiko, the Pease Creek chief, came in today to see me. Part of his people are in the neighborhood. Jim Boy has heard of the state of the affairs in Alabama, came to see me on the subject, remained the whole afternoon and prevented me from doing any business. He is a tiresome fellow, but may be made useful. April 5th. Holati Miko came today with Echo Harjo. They are relatives. He is for peace but not for emigration. Cloud came also. He is a fool, but a very brave man. William, a cousin of Micanopy, with several of Halatucci's men came in today for provisions. They report that chief on the way with a number of his people. Micanopy sent in for provisions. He will probably be here tomorrow. April 6th. Great difficulties in consequence of the improper conduct of citizens at the fort. Martial law may be necessary. All citizens prohibited from crossing the Hillsborough without permission. Several citizens have stolen horses and started towards Fort Drane. Ordered that they be stopped and sent back. They are discharged. Alabama drafts. Micanopy visited General J. in company with Coacucci, the eldest son of Philip. The latter states that his father, Coy Harjo, Abiesha Tuskinsa and others, will come in with their people. They wish to take their cattle to Volusia. Found great difficulty with the Indians. They apprehend being robbed of their Negroes. Have agreed to take their cattle at Volusia, but find some difficulty in arranging the price. April 7th. General J had a camp conference with Micanopy and Coacucci. John Hoponi came in, dined with them, and remained all night. He exerted himself to impress upon them the necessity for immediate action, the promise to exert themselves to bring their people in. 8. Halatucci came today. GLJ made an arrangement with the chiefs to surrender all the Negroes taken in the war. They are to be delivered on the St. John's to one of the commanding officers. Agreed to take Philip's cattle at Fort Milton. Coacucci left today for his people. Promised to send Powell to GLJ. Heard that Echo E. Mathla was on his way with his own people and over 100 Mikazukis. Micanopy left this evening for his camp. He has issued his orders to the whole nation to join him. Prepared to move. 9th. Cap Delignel reported today. He says large trails have been discovered bearing to the south. They are the trails of men, women, children, and ponies. They are evidently coming down to join Micanopy. 10th. Directed a survey of the road to Fort Dade, in order to comply with of the Secretary of War, in relation to the topography of the country. 11th. Wrecked communications from Lieutenant Colonel Crane, Major McClintock, Major, and the Secretary of War. Wrote to the sectee on the subject of the outrages committed on the Creek families in Alabama. April 12th. Micanopy, Halatucci, Holati Maiko, and Cloud visited General J. He had a talk with them. Arranged with Halatucci to go himself for his people who are out. Wrecked a part of the Indian cattle. He took leave of Gel J as did Micanopy. Wrote to the adjutant GL. Sent the proceedings of the GL. Court-martial. 13. Furnished various articles for Charlie Emathla's family. Conversed with John Hoponi, gave him a horse. Wrote to Gel Hernandez, Lieutenant Colonel Crane. And the Honorable W. Battle late Sisi of war ad interim. 14. Holati Maiko took leave of me to join Micanopy in camp. John Kowaya set out to collect his people and cattle. The principal Creek chief visited GLJ while conversing with them. Some Tallahassee Indians who had been at Fort Dade came in and reported that their party was on their way to join Micanopy Powell's brother-in-law visited GLJ. He said Powell was on his way to join Philip and would come in. A messenger came from Coaharjo and Tuscania. These chiefs will be in tomorrow with Micanopy. April 15th. Received word the Indians did not come in as they promised. Saw Major Graham and Captain Page on the subject of the emigration. Both those gentlemen consider the Indians sincere. They have been many years among them and know them well. Wrote to General Armistead and directed an examination of Panisofsky Swamp, also of the Withlacoochee above Fort Dade, and directed that all cattle be driven in or destroyed. Tuscania visited General J. Today his talk was not satisfactory. He says his people are in favor of peace but they cannot be collected. April 16th. Authorized Lieutenant Colonel Crane to appoint sutlers at the several forts under his command, also to direct the AST Q Master to furnish transportation for their stores. Captain de Lagnell stating that no other than public transportation could be had. Cloud called to see me. A son of a late Tallahassee chief accompanied him. He reports that the Tallahassees are on the route coming in. Jim Boy and Yarjo called Micanopy and Koi Harjo have disappointed me. They were to have been here today, but have failed to come. Major Graham and Captain Page visited Micanopy's camp today. They returned and reported to me that the chiefs would visit me tomorrow. April 17th. The birthday of General J. Eldest daughter wrote to her today. Wrecked dispatches from Lieutenant Colonel Harney. He reports that several Indians had visited for melon, that they would drive in cattle, and that the soldier of General Hernandez's command had been killed. Not by the Seminoles, by the Creek Suruchis. Koi Harjo visited General J. Today he says he was a party to the Treaty of Payne's landing in of Fort Gibson, that he had seen the country west of the Mississippi, was pleased with it, and desired to remove to it. He was opposed to the war, but when Charlie Emathla was killed he was compelled to withdraw to the head of the St. John's to avoid a similar fate. 18th. Micanopy visited General J. Accompanied by Abraham, he is evidently sincere in his intentions to execute the treaty. In good faith, it is doubtful whether he can control his people so far as to induce them, or even a majority of them, to go to the west. He promised to have an emigrating party in readiness as soon as the Indian Negroes arrive. Georges, a nephew of Cloud, who had been sent out by Micanopy and Cloud to order in and hasten the movements of the Indians, and in a report last night he says Jumper, Alligator, and Tiger Tail are on their way with their respective bands, and will be in on the 19th or 20th. A report was RECD from Major Zansinger stating that rations had been issued to Eufaula Harjo's party of 55 persons. A.W. Norman brought letters to General J. from Gov. Call and G.L. Reed. He proposes to establish manual labor schools and has it in contemplation to write a history of the Seminole War. Also a poem having for its subject the massacre of Major Dade and his command. Made arrangements to send off a chief and several warriors of the Creek Regiment to their families, in order to attend to the business necessary to be arranged before their departure for the West. April 19th. George, Cloud's nephew, called to see G.L. J. He is engaged in tracing a report to certain white men that GLJ intended to deceive the Indians. Send off the chief and warriors selected to go to Mobile Point. Tustanuk Harjo called to take leave before going to his camp. Introduced W. Norman to several officers and authorized him to go into the interior. The cattle received from the Indians reported to have gone off last night directed that they be pursued this morning. Alligator called with 2 subchiefs and several of his men and reported that Jumper was in the neighborhood and would visit me tomorrow. He spoke of reports in circulation which had an injurious effect on the Indians and caused them to doubt our good faith. 20. Alligator is still here. He brought his daughter to see me and asked a bottle of wine for her. She is an ugly, disgusting-looking squaw, excessively dirty, and constantly scratching her head and spitting on the floor. 12th Street. Jumper, Micanopy and Cloud, with several sub-chiefs, came in. Jumper's daughter with her husband came to see GLJ. Jumper informed GLJ that he would have all the people of the nation brought in. He remarked that Micanopy had given the necessary orders and that they would be obeyed. But he added the Indians are cautious and slow, and many of them were apprehensive of being punished. April 22nd. Micanopy visited GLJ in the morning on the subject of the subsistence of his men. That matter was satisfactorily arranged, and he took his departure for his camp. Jumper came in at dinner. His object was to visit the steamboat in the harbor. He and Alligator went on board with several officers. The chiefs returned greatly pleased. Jumper left GLJ at dark. About midnight, Lieutenant Chambers called awake General J and reported that the Seminole Negroes had attempted to steal some of our wagon horses. They were detected, but fled and escaped. The horses were secured, and the belt of one of the thieves found. Several Indians and Negroes applied today to go within the pickets. 23rd. Jumper is in today. Cloud and Abram also. General J informed Abram that the Negro whose belt had been found must be punished. He promised that it should be done. Robert, an influential Negro chief, came in. He could or would give but little information in relation to the Negroes and Indians. In consequence of difficulties north of Fort Drane, General Armistead is placed in command of that part of the territory north of the Withlacoochee and east of the St. Johns. Jumper, Alligator and several of the Indians visited General J. Many of the Indians went on board the steamboat. Wrote to the Adjutant General. Wrote home. APL 25. Directed Lieutenant Carey to take charge of the money sent by Lieutenant Lurrell and pay for the cattle which he has received from the Seminole Indians. Tustanuk Harjo applied to have his relations with Concharto Miko sent to Arkansas, promised to write to Governor Call on the subject. 26. Lieutenant Lurrell arrived with my public papers from Fort Mitchell, ordered him to pay the Indians for their cattle. Instructed Lieutenant Call in relation to the treatment of Indians in his neighborhood. Directed that the latitude of Fort Mellon be taken. Also that the remains of Captain Miller be removed to consecrated ground. Wrote to Governor Call on the subject of the removal of Concharto Miko's people. Wrote to General Hernandez, to Lieutenant Colonel Brown, and Major Cross. 27. The Indians are slowly coming in. Micanopy, Jumper, Alligator and others visited GLJ. Today they were drunk and incapable of business. Wrote to General Hernandez on the subject of Captain Drane's claim to the command of St. Augustine. Also to Lieutenant Colonel Crane. In relation to men said to have been detained by General Hernandez. Wrote to Judge Smith in relation to the Negroes of the citizens of Florida among the Indians. 28. Micanopy, Jumper, Alligator, and others came in and met GNLJ in council. It was settled that the Indians should be enrolled tomorrow. Micanopy was informed that the Indians who should remain out would be held accountable for all the property destroyed during the war. April 29th. The agent and assistant went out today to enroll the Indians. 7. Opening square bracket ? Closing square bracket. Returned from Volusia and reported that he had seen 2 large trails of Indians who recently crossed the road. 1. Longer than the other, he supposed had been made by the women and children. The other, smaller and more recent, was made by men. He and his companion followed them, came up with them unperceived. And supposes there were 250 of them. They carried large packs, were almost naked, and some of them were without guns. Also stated that the surveying party under Captain Lee had found 2 Indian families almost in a state of nudity. They were subsisting on alligators. The party advised them to join Micanopy. Cujo informed J that his son had arrived, that he had seen Powell but a few days ago, that he was coming in. Sent Major Cross a check of Major Forsyth on the Manhattan Company for $200 and a draft on Dr. John Creighton of Louisville, Kentucky for $450 to take up a bond held by W. Bowie, trustee of the heirs of French, being for a payment on account of a farm on the heights of Georgetown, District of Columbia. The agent and assistant came in tonight with the roll. There are only 145 Indians, 68 of them are warriors. 30. Tustanuck Harjo called to say that a Hitchiti Indian had visited John Hoponi and informed him that he had left Powell but a few days before that he was coming in, but he had heard a report that it was the intention of General J. to seize and execute him, in consequence of which he had fallen back to the St. John's to wait further information. Major Graham came into camp. He had seen John Hoponi and confirmed the statement of Tustanuck Harjo. May 1st. Jumper and Abraham came in with a message from Micanopy. He sent word that John Kowaya had stolen 5 of our horses and had run away with all his people, and that Alligator had gone in pursuit of him. Jumper informed General J that his life and that of his son had been threatened by the Indians. John Hoponi came in and gave an account of the statements of the Hitchiti Indian who had visited him. He stated that Powell had gone towards the St. John's to join Coy Harjo, in consequence of false reports having reached him from Tampa Bay of the intentions of General J to execute him and a portion of his followers. Richard A. Guard, taken by the Indians at Dade, returned May 2nd. Where a Negro came in today with his family. He reports that the Indians are greatly alarmed. Abraham came in. He reported that Micanopy would send an armed force if necessary to take the horse. Thieves. Jim Boy and Tustanuck Harjo came in today. The latter informed General J that he was about to have a dance at his camp. The dances of the Indians appears to be one of their religious ceremonies, the fast the whole of the day preceding. And take medicine. The ceremony seems to be of very ancient origin. It is altogether what they call a purification. The Lothlo Harjo came in today from Fort Dade. May 3rd. This day 29 years ago General J was appointed by Mr. Jefferson a second lieutenant in the 7th Rect of Infantry in the Army of the United States. Lewis. A Negro taken by the Indians at Dade's battle came in this morning. He informed General J that Powell had been on his way to join Micanopy with 4 of 500 men, women, and children, but that he had heard a report of the intention of General J to execute him, and that he had changed the direction of his march and had gone south. Is and difficult, if not impracticable. The policy of moving them from the country is doubtful. There is no population pressing upon them. And until that be the case, whatsoever arrangements may be made with the chiefs, the great body of the heard a report of the intention of General J to execute him, and that he had changed the direction of the march and had gone south. The immigration of the Indians was tedious and difficult, if not impractical. The policy of moving them from the center south, there is no population pressing upon them. And until that be the case, however arrangements be made with the chiefs, great body of the Indians can be made sensible of the necessity or justice of removing them from a country so well adapted to their condition. Fourth, opening square bracket question mark closing square bracket, came to see Gel J. Today he says Micanopy's slaves will all be in and will accompany him to the west. Wrote to General Macomb on the subject of the campaign. Wrote to W. Gould of Lieutenant Creighton on the subject of Negroes in the possession of Indians. Case. Did not the treaty at Payne's Landing absolve the Indians from all obligations to restore slaves and other property taken from citizens previously? The Gov. $7,000 as the amount to be paid for spoliations, and by that act it took the place of the Indians as regards claimants. May 5th. No information from the Seminoles. The emigration is becoming hopeless. Alligator has not returned, and perhaps will not. Jim Boy called to say that. Echo Harjo proposed to visit Powell, who is his relation, and bring him in. Sent out for him, authorized him to go. He will set off in the morning. George, a nephew of Cloud, came in. One of his sisters is a prisoner. He has been long anxious to obtain her release with that of her children. General J. permitted him to take them out of the pickets today. He is to have charge of them, and they are to report to the Inspector General twice a week. Informed General J. that Cooley had said to the Seminoles that there was an island near the place where he formerly resided, to which if they would retire, General J. would not be able to follow them, and they could then remain in the country. By the way, Cooley was over in the Georgia penitentiary for stealing Negroes. He is a cunning knave, and seems to be a kind of head man in Florida. He is keeper of the lighthouse near Cape Florida. Lost his family by the
My bad, man. Once again, my production skills is goofy right now. But I was just letting you know that YouTube is tripping. They not letting me put the link in the chat. I'm not understanding why they not letting me put the link in the chat. Hopefully I can have it going tomorrow. But if you do want to hit the show, it's at my V Note the Most channel. And just go to the post, the community wall, and go down to the last little comment I just made about a minute ago, and the link is going to be in the comments if you want to join the show. You know what I'm saying? Just go to my V Note the Most channel. Go back. Just go to my V Note the Most One Said channel. Go to the post. Go to the comments if you want to join the show. But that's like I said, man, I was just giving my reaction on what Topcatz said about Abraham within this show. Matter of fact, since I came back, let me just go and listen to the whole thing. I just kind of went straight to the Abraham part, but it may be some other things that my elders may want me to point out. But it's like I said, this ain't no shot at Topcatz, you know, and I'm just giving my opinion on what he said. My bad, one moment. Let me get this together. So I hope everybody having a good night.
Why would I use kayak to compare hundreds of travel
If you do
sites at
want to hit
once?
the link,
I like to do things myself.
just like I
I can't
said,
trust anything else to do.
Culture. Okay, they date them back.
like I said, if you did want to hit the link, just go on and it's gonna go to my Vino the Most channel and go on and tap in. Until then, I'll visit this, react to his build that he had last night on the Blackmagik361. The 363. Shout out to Blackmagik. You know what I'm saying? I've been watching him for a long time. Red pill, blue pill, excuse me, and all that little, not little, but all that stuff they was doing back when I was tapped into that Pan-African stuff for sure. But let's see. Let's just go on and start. See what he talking about. And it's like I say, shout out to
story must be purpose.
It's like I say, shout out to Topcatz. This ain't no shot. I'm just giving my opinion on what he said, and also I'm also giving a reaction for the elders. You know what I'm saying? That kind of put in my ear today as far as like what happened and stuff like that. So I'm just giving my reactions. Like I said, I've been putting out my little information about the Seminoles. Going to go rewatch some of my other little builds, which I'm going to continue doing that. But I had to go and do this and going to react to this today. But let's go and get to it.
Accurately repeated over and over again through generations to be preserved. And so a lot of us come here today and we're speaking oral stories that come from the family, and it's not being respected because institutions and people who was brought to us to be heroes or master teachers wasn't working in our best interest. And so we're going to talk about that, a little bit of that today. Let's go in. So originally when Brother Rich, we spoke, he said he wanted to speak about the Gullah Wars.
Right.
And I said, well, it really wasn't the Gullah Wars, it was the Seminole Wars. Now, a lot of people push back on that as well because Seminole has a date, which is 1816, as we just seen, which is true. Seminole is not a tribe, it's not a bloodline.
And hold on. And we agreeing with that. You know what I'm saying? The elders is agreeing with that. The elders, now we're not saying that everybody didn't come from a plantation. We're saying that there was a lot of black people that was already within the lands that was already over here. And they not Gullah. You know what I'm saying? They was already over here, black people. You know what I'm saying? That's what we are saying. And we also saying that every, the black person that did end up as a black Seminole, some did come from plantations. You know what I'm saying? So I want to put that out there also. You know what I'm saying? So, but majority of them was already people that was born in the villages in Florida and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to keep it going.
When we go into Gullah would be the Africanized version of it. I know a lot of people have a lot to say, but we're finna walk through here. I want y'all to notice these dates, 1739, 1858. So if the Seminoles come in 1816, it'd be impossible for them to be speaking about 1739. So what is this gonna come? Like I said, the Seminole they're a confederation of people who banded together. Now we're gonna let's walk. Like I said, this Gullah story has been Africanized. So now we're gonna let's walk. Like I said, we come here to Origins of the Gullah by Joseph Afala. This is Yale University. He says the Gullah people are descendants of slaves who worked on rice plantations, South Carolina and Georgia. They still live in rural communities. He also states that the Gullah retain many elements of African language and culture. Very important. I want y'all to circle that name, Joseph Apollo. We're going to come back to him. Now, as we see with the wars, 1739, 1858, the Seminole Wars are going to end in 1858. So this is how we know they're associating the two. Now, let's go to over here. Let's see what the Africans say. This is the essay towards literary anthropology of Nigeria. And they asked the same question we're asking. Who were the Gullah or Geechee? Ideas of origin named Gullah seem to be guesswork. Does it derive from Angola, like a lot of these Pan-African master teachers told us? off of West Africa, or is it Gola, the ethnic group that's in Liberia? On to say it is difficult to say. Why? Because here the elements of African heritage cannot so easily be identified with any particular part of Africa. So it is impossible for the Gullah to be African because they cannot identify any particular part of Africa as once affected by the slave trade. They say many slaves ended up in North America, did not come straight from Africa. They came by way of the Caribbean islands. And so it also goes on to say it is easier to say the name Geechee came from apparently from the nearby Ogeechee River. Now, the Ogeechee River, what's the Ogeechee River? The Ogeechee River sits in the state of Georgia. Okay, state of Georgia. And then who inhabited? Ogeechee Indians. Now they say Ogeechee may be a Muskogee word that means river. Now you had the people called the Ute Indians who stayed there. And right here it comes to say some scholars have drawn a connection between the river name, the Gullah Geechee, for the Gullah people who inhabit the coast of Georgia. What you mean the Gullah people? Well, it's a place that's called Gullah. The area of Georgia was called Gullah. Now they'll come back later and tell us to say the word Wally. Why would we say Wally? If we was Brother Richard, you look at that. What would you take Wally or Gullah out of that? But you didn't even have to answer. We're gonna let the people walk. So we're gonna show right here. What is Wally? What is Gullah? The Golden Isle of Gullah, Georgia. All right. When DeSoto came here, this was the richest place on the world. This was the real Gold Coast. This by 1829 there was a gold rush in Georgia. Okay, the Mayans also mined gold and also mined blue out of the areas of Georgia. It was occupied by American Indians already. Once the Mayans pushed in, they also started to come in and breed with the women, and some of them set up locations there. Now here's the Gullah people. They are Native American chiefdom Mississippi culture. Okay, they date them back to 1150 AD. Prehistoric Gullah cultures is the Savannah phase. All right. Now this is the area right here that we're gonna be speaking on in topic. These are some of the areas in the Gullah, some of the towns in the Gullah. In 1597, there was a rebellion with the Gullah against the Franciscans. Okay, and this was a civil war between the Spanish fractions. So when we're speaking about the Spanish, another thing that they taught us through this Pan-African story was something called white supremacy or Wati supremacy. So in order to push this, they wanted to tell us that our slave masters were white people and that, we were taken advantage of or in a docile position. But the truth of the matter is, this is King Philip of Spain. This would be the guy in control of what is said to be the transatlantic slave trade. It would be a melanated man as well. So one thing I brought to the game, I call it Big Six to the board. When we identify the Black European, we have to identify that the people that came here from Europe did look like us. So let's walk.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays because some love a rustic cabin. Others feel differently.
The furs to Texas, how we know that the Spanish were melanated. Well, this guy right here, this coming out of Prairie View A&M, the first African American in history come from Africa is Esteban the Moor. Now they're coming from North Africa. It's a difference. So we've been fed a West African story, but when we're talking about Florida, we're talking about because that's going to be the first set in 1526 to 1565. Well, these conquistadors that's going to come, what did it say right here? Black conquistadors were as much part of exploration of America as their Spanish counterparts. So this wasn't YT people who did this. These are the Africans that they're going to speak about that's going to come into this area into Florida. Ponce de Leon, you're going to get St. Augustine, which would be what they'll call the first city here. Well, that was occupied by the Timucuan people. Now, here's the Timucuan people right here. They're known in history. They have what you call Blackamoor art in European museums. This coming out of German museum. Now, in the Green Vault, the statuette is actually based on images of indigenous Americans. And this is Big Sack, who was actually mixed with Peruvian. and Timucuan. Now, right here we go to Jason B. Palmer for God sacrificing Native American involvement in construction of Castillo, San Juan Marcos. We see that the Appalachians, Timucuans, and the Gullahs toiled over 24 years and built this Castillo, San Juan Marcos. Now, this Hispanic settlement, this is going to be important. I'm setting it up right now, so we're in Florida with it. The Timucuan were also rebelled in 1656. Now we're getting off the Gullah Geechee corridor, what they call it today, since the 1980s, okay? Because this is not an old story. We're going to get to it. Now, what is being left out? So these nations here, we're going back in the 1500s, and we're going to go to this sea island, this corridor. There's no nation called a Gullah Geechee here. All right, so we have tribes in South Carolina, is the Hoya. We have the Escamouka, who were the largest. The Edisto, the Mayam, and you also have the Coosa. Now, this is the coast right here. This is 1562, 1751. And you can see here's the Escamoukas right here. These are the tribes. It took the Spanish 8 attempts before they actually settled. So they lost all those battles to them. Also, 1563, Brabant came here with the French, the Huguenots, settled Timucuan land. They got ran off the block. That was called Fort Caroline. So we're gonna push through here. Now, later on, an anthropologist named Franz Boas they're gonna start putting labels on people based off their geography. So they're not gonna go by the original tribe or nation that they're called. They're gonna name them. So we get a people called the Casaba in this area of what we call Charleston, or this Charleston. Why is Charleston so important? Because the Spanish had Spain. So South Carolina would be occupied by these Indians, but they had an international port there called Port Royal today. We'll get to that. So we're speaking about the Low Country. These people will be identified as Casabas. Now, the Escamoukas will go to war right here. The Edistos, and they all go to war in Carolina, the Gullah on the southeast coast between Savannah and Altamar River. Now let's walk. Now, to set this up, when the British come into play, they're gonna go to Virginia. So we set up, we went through Georgia, established Georgia as Gullah, now in the Ogeechee. Now we go to Florida, we see the tribes down in Florida, the Spanish, and we're gonna come over here to the English. 1603, King James united the crown. May 14, 1604, 1607, they get a settlement. 1606, they get the Virginia Company of London. All of these guys are melanated people. This is something that the teachers before us have left out the story. Now, as we get into it, we see King James. He's gonna be over Virginia. Well, African story is gonna be tied to that. This is what the people did to us. They're gonna put an African story on it. One of the most recent is the 1619 Project, okay, by Nicole Hannah Jones. Well, she said that 20 odd Africans came over here on boats. Well, if we go to the primary resource, right, Image 267 Records Virginia Company 1606, Miscellaneous Records of Virginia Company, what we find out is that these people are going to come from the West Indies, okay? The trail, both horses buried, they're going to come from the West Indies. And right here, he brought not a thing, but 20 and odd Negroes with the Governor Cape Merchant, about the versatile at the best rate. He had large and excellent range of purchase in the West Indies, not Africa. Somebody came back and wrote an African story on this, but when we go to the records of the Virginia Company, right here, this library comes primary source.
Hi, I'm Jared, and I use Bittrex 24 to manage projects because it gives me choice.
Page 243, we stamping everything. What I'm saying is this.
He got a nice bill going though right now.
Transatlantic slave trade was a hoax. What really happened was Europeans were sent over here. And the Europeans that sent them look like us, and the Europeans that were sent also were melanated people. Let's walk through it. Colonial America Works, Herbert Applebaum, right? So page 9, he speak about them bringing over 300 to 400 servants. This the English migrating their people over. 600,000 between 1650 and 1780. Most migrants went to the West Indies, some 2% went to New England, And so they're going to spread them out. Now, we're going to go to a primary, and I'm walking it down. I'm finna set it up. I'm doing this for a reason. Now, progress of the nation in civilization, productive wealth, and population. On page 581, the governor of Virginia town was Berkeley. Berkeley is gonna say his population in Virginia was 40,000. 2,000 slaves, 6,000 were white indentured servants. The importation of slaves did not exceed 2 or 3 cargoes in 7 years. So it's impossible for this mass transatlantic slave trade to be going on when we go back to the primaries. Let's see who he said he had came on the slave cargoes. Now he tells us that you had an estimated 1,500 annually. The most were English, a few Scots, fewer Irish, okay? Fewer Irish. Never mentioned Africa, not one time. Now let's walk. Now this is the European migration that they're coming over from Europe and being sent as indentured servants over into the 13 colonies. Now we'll get to Charleston. Why Charleston is important? We're back here because we're going to set up this Gullah Geechee paradigm that they talk about today, which is an American Indian story that's going to be wrote over. Let's work. So 1670, they'll get Charlestown. It'll be named Charlestown after King Charles. Now, right here, this book regarding Charles is going to speak about King Charles himself was infamously a colorful character. His dark skin, full mouth, luxuriant hair made him a striking figure. Now, this is a statue of him. Anyone can pull it up and pull up the statue on this guy. There's a YT man standing there. I had it with me, but I'm
gonna pull it up when I get home and show y'all. I'm gonna pull it up when I get home.
A guy standing right in front of the statue, and he's speaking about it. So look it up, King Charles II statue, and they'll show it to you. They also have what's called pubs there, 400-year-old pub called the Black Boy Inn. And where did it come from? It represented King Charles II, the Black Boy. He got this nickname from his mother, Henrietta Maria France, due to what? His dark hair and dark complexion. So we know that these people were melanated, but this is part of the story that was left out. So we're going to get down into South Carolina. Now, between 1607 and 1715, more Indians were exported into slavery through Charlestown than Africans were imported. Now, this is very important because what gets left out is we hear about the transatlantic slave trade, but we never hear about the American Indian slave trade, which happened way before the anything about Africa or a settlement, because June the 9th, 1788 is called the exploration of Africa. It's with the African institution, which aim was to discover the interior parts of Africa. Okay, and since we're on South Carolina and then we didn't establish that the king is melanated, we're going to establish that the slave owners also were too. Black slave owners, free black slave master, South Carolina, 1790 to 1860. And the slave master who had the most slaves was William Ellison Jr., a melanated guy that looked like a lot of people and probably, bloodline related to a lot of these people. Now let's get to the business. 1670 Charleston was settled. All right. Now it was settled by who? You had the Coosa, you had the people called Westos. Westos would be the Cherokee. The Cherokee come from upstate New York. The Iroquois branch through the Beaver Wars. They went down into the Great Lakes, came into Virginia. Some people know them as the Rickahokans. When they got down to the Georgia line, it became the Westavo River. That's where the Westos stopped at. They were met with resistance down there, and they became the Westos. So this later we'll know them as the Cherokee. But let's walk. So what tribes you had down there? You had the Yuchi. You had the Westos, believed to have been part of the Yuchi, in which colony was rescued by a band of Shawnee who drove hostile tribes out the country. In 1684, the English drew Yamasee and some related tribes away from Spaniards in Florida. So now we're going to see these migrations out of South Carolina going down into Florida. So this is what we paint. This is the picture we paint. Before the end of the century, 1698, it is claimed Englishmen had penetrated through the country of the Creeks and Chickasaw to Mississippi, an Englishman named Daniel Coates projected. Now,
this entire nature preserve was untouched by man. Must be moose mating season.
That's 1698. That's gonna bring us to the Queen Anne Wars. Why is this important again? In Queen Anne to
But what I want to bring up real quick is I appreciate everybody tapping in, you know, taking their time out to, you know what I'm saying, to rock with the note. But I want to bring this information in right now within his build, within that timeline, to see what y'all feel about this.
Welcome to Democracy Now,
Yeah.
Democracy Now.
I did not mean to do that. That's crazy.
And it's also crazy that the
That's
same people is in the same
I
area.
believe all that goofy shit just happened like that. That's wicked. That's crazy.
Book to get a description of the Indians in South Carolina. As it says, the Indians of South Carolina were reddish brown or copper color. The men were tall and straight with well-shaped limbs and almost perfect figure. Now, when South Carolina first jumped off with the British settlers, they was coming from the islands, Barbados, where they was running plantations down there, starting in 1620s. And around 1640, that's when the plantations and the businesses increased. And it looks like that they had expanded to the Carolinas in 1670. And this what was going on in Carolinas when they first got there. Now, this book right here is where we get the real game of what happened in South Carolina. By the Spaniards, all settlements in Carolina were regarded as intrusions into Florida, but especially those south of Ashley River, for so the Council of the Indies read the meaning of the Treaty of Madrid. Nor were officials like Governor Cabrera accustomed to discriminate nicely between the pirates and the colonists who sheltered them. And now the Spaniards were further wantonly provoked by the reckless Indian policy of the Scots. Yamasees were employed from Port Royal and incursions upon the missions Providence, the Chickamaugas. There is evidence that they were incited by Lord Cardross himself and Trader Westbrook. Ample precedents might be found in the practices of the Charlestown traders, but in view of the exposed situation of Stewartstown, Woodward, who was not likely to be squeamish, was justified in condemning the Timacuas raid in 1685 as an unadvised project. The proprietors, too, for all their sympathy with Cardross, were convinced that this affair provoked the Spaniards' attack in the next year. Several Indians who took part in the destruction of Santa Catalina de Africa were examined on their return by Henry Woodward. They declared that the Scots had armed and excited them, and that they had burnt several towns, and in particular the said chapel and friar's house, and killed 50 of the Timachoes, and brought away 220 prisoners, which they delivered to the Scots as slaves.
And that's also I want to bring into his build, you know what I'm saying, to show within the timeline that he's talking about, because he's talking about South Carolina and Florida at this time. But the first slave raid that they did from the Carolinians in Florida was at Santa Catalina de Africa. You know what I'm saying? So just like I said the other day, you know, some people try to bring up, well, you know, what about the African town in Alabama where they found the Clotilda? Or they say, oh, well, you know, what about the Congo Square in New Orleans? Well, you know, well, what about this right here, Santa Catalina de Africa? And this is where they did the first Indian slave raid. So I just wanted to bring that to his timeline. You can go peep that out on my. You can go peep this out on my channel. Found in America, the Ethiopians in the Third Coast. You can go peep out that bill right there. But let's get back to his build, which he got a nice build going on right now for sure.
So tell you who she is. You had the Stewarts, King James. They wrote the Bible, King James Bible. His son, King Charles I, King Charles II, who we spoke of Charleston. Well, James Duke of York is who New York is named after. Well, after he lost the crown, he had two daughters, Mary and Anne. One married William of Orange, and that's where you get to school, William and Mary in Virginia. And the other is Anne. His second daughter was Queen Anne. This is the Queen Anne Wars we're speaking about. Now, this war, you're going to have the American Indian slave trade. Okay, well, various groups raided others for captives who were then exchanged with English traders for goods, including firearms. Queen Anne War was expanded to scope slave raids, but also introduced conventional operation into the regions. They wanted to get to where? St. Augustine, where is that? Florida, where we started, and also British Charlestown. Now, these are people coming from the upper 13 colonies. We're going to walk this down. All right, so this is why I'm setting up the board. So right here, Queen Anne War began 1702. South Carolina, that governor, it was James Moore.
Hey, y'all get the lights up. Let's run them lights up, y'all.
Like I said. Now we're going to come down here. You had the English and hundreds of native allies, including many Yamasee, who wreaked destruction beyond the fortresses and taken numerous captives. So the Yamasee were slave raiders too. Now, I don't get down on them because it's like when the rabbit got the gun. It ain't fun when the rabbit got the gun, because when the Franciscans came and some of those Indians out of Florida was helping them raid the South Carolina tribe. So once people called the Goose Creek men got here, well, they returned the favor. You know, they teamed up with the British and they started attacking these guys as captives. So these developments introduced the Creek people in Georgia and Alabama to cultivate stronger relationships with Carolina. This is very important. We're building this Gullah Geechee paradigm, the colony. Okay, so they were this alliance underlay large-scale attacks on Spanish allied Floridian people from 1704 to 06. Now, like I said, the Yamasee is not a bloodline tribe. It is a confederation of people who are coming together. This is why they're coming together, to avoid the slave raiders who were also Indian nations, not Europeans. So let's walk. So Yamasee and other natives allies destroyed dozens missions, devastating the Appalachians in particular. 2,000 to 4,000 were enslaved. We haven't seen nothing about an African yet, and that's not the Don talking or nothing, but
constant reminders of your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis can make it hard to be there when it matters most. If your symptoms aren't under control, it may be time to talk to your doctor about #1 prescribed Entyvio. Entyvio has helped many people achieve long-term relief and remission. Doctors have been prescribing Entyvio for more than 10 years. Entyvio offers 2 maintenance options, including the Entyvio pen. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may...
I'm just saying this information should have been out a long time ago. So boom, we're in Charleston in 1706. And the early English effort at St. Augustine, which is Florida, this is also a failed mission. Carolina militiamen and Indian warriors defeated Franco-Spanish raiding parties, and English ships drove the French fleet off the harbor. Okay, so now we're gonna come down here to Port Royal. You had the Yamasee tribe of Georgia move to the headquarters of Port Royal to be near their trading partners. Yamasee raids on Florida, instigated by Scottish traders, prompted the Spanish retaliation and destruction in Stewarttown, 1686. So we see different Indians who were allied with different European nations. Now, the Indians outnumber the European nations, by the way, because we'll get into that. Now, you had in the southeastern community, these confederacies, they were important. So later, reconfiguring themselves as confederacies, like we spoke about. Incorporate new people in the process. Coweta, Casada were two of the most important Lower Creek towns in the 18th century. And these are from the Mississippian culture. Now, they also pairs a new economy relationship with the English of Carolina, invite English traders in their town in the 1680s, 1690s, Coweta. Now, that is how a lot of them going to come in. They also going to come in as U.S. expanded in 1812 and make that a prominent place. But they were more like the weaker branch of the true 5 tribes that came in that area, became known as Muskogee, Chickasaw, Creek, Choctaw. Now we'll go to the 1711. They'll take a 1711 Tuscarora War. Now the Tuscaroras will go upstate New York and join the Haudenosaunee, or what you call the Iroquois. They'll be the Six Nations to them. And when they win the war, it was 1,000 Indians and it was 3 or 50 Europeans. So you tell me who was running the show. Was Europeans running the show, or was Indians running? Nothing went down in America without American Indians. That's why the slave raiders wasn't YT men. That's why they wasn't. They were Indians, raid other Indians, smaller tribes, and also rival tribes, and also people who had basically the resources under the ground in the areas that they were on. It was turf wars. So we'll go through the Tuscarora War, 1711. That'll bring us over here to the Yamasee War, 1715 to 1717. The Yamasee War was one of the largest and most dangerous Indian wars in colonial history. April 15, 1715. They call it Good Friday. What a day. Now, Port Royal. Now, the entire Creek Indian Confederation reaching present-day Alabama and Mississippi. Port Royal frontier was destroyed and abandoned, and the Indian Commissioner Thomas Norton during this outbreak. So here go to the Yamasee War. They're gonna pop out other Indians like the Chickasaw were making moves. The Erie had been forced out of western Pennsylvania by the Iroquois. They moved south. They became the West, though, like we were speaking about. Then you got the Yamasee and Georgia coast. You got the Erie coming out of the Great Lakes area. So you had the Erie. They traded for guns with the French and the British tribes. The Spanish had been more interested in missionaries than trading natives. So this is this group that's moving down. So we're gonna get from the Yamasee War again, because they said the Yamasee went extinct. I don't believe that. We come here, early history, Creek Indians and the neighbors. We're gonna come over here. He saw Yamasee slaves living amongst Seminole. But from other data, it's evident that free bands and hold or part of Yamasee still existed. Now, this is something very important that I want to get out there. So they spoke about the Yamasee. According to the same writers, their complexion is somewhat darker than the other Seminoles. They noted the leader Jumper said that some have been Yamasee descent and that they found refuge from the Creeks and Lords in the long war and Americans which followed. And this is what they're going to do. Listen, family, the tribe became fused with one of the larger bodies, the Miccosukee. Okay, very important. Whose language is supposed to be the nearest to their own. No, it is the Miccosukee language. What are you talking about? So the Yamasee end up going to Pensacola, Mobile, Alabama. Some went with their families in the Appalachians and remained with them and returned to East Florida, and some of them went to Cuba. Now, when we pulled up the Gullah Wars in the beginning, 1739 was there. Why was 1739 so important? In 1758 would be the end. 1739 is important because the rebellion happened in South Carolina called the Stone Oak Rebellion. Right here we see the Gullah Geechee Queen, Queen Quet. Shout out to Miss Queen Quet. Now, the Stone Oak Rebellion is said to be the largest slave insurrection in British North America. It began in September 9, 1739, with 20 Africans who raided Wallace Creek on the Stone Oak River, taking guns and weapons. So they came back and made it an African story. This is wild to me. And so many people that I had so much respect for, and some of them as of lately have come out and spoke to us about their American Indian heritage and what their parents told them at home. But we could have been a lot farther. We're not going to stay on that, though. Let's walk through this. Now, what happened? Now, so the story goes that a slave named Cato, all right, Cato, the slave owner thought it was clever to bestow a classic name on him. Said he belonged to the Cato clan. Okay, now they came back and said they said if he was a man, they called him Jeremy by the Cators, i.e. Jeremy Cato. So this Stoner rebellion is said to happen over a guy named Jeremy Cato. Now they said out of respect, we'll call him, or out of African American tradition, which we'll call him another name, his African name, which we cannot know. So when we look into this Afrocentric history that was given to us, a lot of it, once you go in, it has no base, it has no foundation, it has no depth to it. That's why it's all generalized. That's why we all been put into one basket. That's why we all have the same ancestors. That nothing is of your own. And so when we come here, they said they don't even know his name. If he had an African name, they don't know. He had this described by social historian in the Negro Digest as the first Negro leader to emerge with any clarity. Come on. So this is what we're going to do. So we're going to the Catawba Indians. Out top, we established there's no such thing as a Catawba Indian. But this is a confederation that took place that was in the area of what is Charleston today. So in 1670, that's when Charleston was founded. Charlestown was founded on Catawba soil, meaning on Indian soil, meaning there were people there. You had Coosa Indians, 1674, and they had trouble with these people.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You gotta make.
With who? The Stono. In 1775, the Coosa Indians and the people with this people with the Stono Indians. In 1675, the Coosa Indians surrendered the English large tract of land on Ashley Barney. Now let's walk. Now we're gonna come back to the same source that just spoke to us about this guy being African named Jeremy. And if he had a real African name, they don't know it. Well, he comes back and talks about this. In South Carolina, there was a slave revolt, but growing in the terminated unsettled bold, also influential ripple effects. Now, on September 1739, an advantage shaking condition with 2 years disease left, the college historians called it the Stono Rebellion. Or, hold on, but on the frontier, they knew it as the Gullah War. So we know this is coming from Afrocentrism, and this is a 21st, this is a 20th to a 21st century source. That's the only time you're gonna hear this type of language. So they're gonna call it Stono Rebellion, no, they're gonna call it the Gullah War, or more plainly, insurrection of carried on the Negroes. Well, let's get it straight, because we call it Stono Rebellion because it started on the plantation district and known as Stono. It's the Stono Rebellion because it started on a plantation known as Stono, which had taken its name from the river that ran it. The Stono River, which has taken its name from who? The Native American tribe, the Stono or Stonoe, who when Carolina was founded in 1663, was settled close to Charlestown by one of the dark coincidences history delights. The Stonos themselves are remembered principally almost entirely. So they wiped these people's history out. So the people in Charleston speak about Gullah-Geechee, and they never even heard of the Stonos, who homed this war, who called this place home, and they end up changing the revolt to an African story. But let's walk. So like the rest of the coastal tribe, Carolinas encountered the Stono and quickly learned to resent white encroachment on their land, and serially abused Indian traders. As early as mid-1680s, colonial authorities had begun to relocate the Stono onto a succession of land. Now, like we spoke of earlier, in the Low Country, they had these tribes. And here go a tribe down here was recognized as the Stono, the Kiowa. The Etowah people were associated with the Stono, Ashley and Cooper Rivers. And right here, when we come to the map, right here in this circle right here, you see Stono. Okay, no Gullah. Now, a lot of Moors, shout out to the Moors, shout out to the OG Ties Tariq, baby. I love Ties. They always spoke about the 1740 Negro Act, and it mentions the word Moor in it. So I guess they thought it had something to do with them. No disrespect, but we're gonna get it straight. So we're gonna go to the primaries. Attended with great inconvenience slave literacy in the 1740 South Carolina Negro Act. Now the Seminole War happened in 1739, which they start the Gullah Wars at. Now dozens of slaves gathered in the Seminole River less than 20 miles from Charlestown. After attacking a local store to secure firearms, they moved southward to St. Augustine, Florida. Now watch this here. Now there was a militia at Disto River following the insurrection. Now the Seminole Rebellion was quickly struck down. It remained the largest slave uprising in British colonies. In response, South Carolina General Assembly in 1740 amended slave code that enacted what is called 1740 Negro Act. Now, these documents are housed in South Carolina Department Archives History contain the passage and the scholars' early colonial African-American literature. This small important statute prohibits slaves from learning to read and write. Now, when we go to the primary source, now it declares that all Negroes, Indians, free Indians in amity with the government, meaning Indians that were working with the government that was allies with them. Negroes, Latos, Mestizos, who are free, accepted, slaves, the offspring to the following condition of the mother. That's how a lot of people became slaves. If their mother was slave, then the children would automatically be slaves unless the father freed them. In most cases, you know, they used that as a way to, you know, be polygamous and, you know, basically like a pimp situation. Under provision, held the color prima facie, the party bearing the color of a Negro, mulatto, mestizo is a slave. In the same face is not from the Indian color. So this story is told.
With hotels and vacation rentals, Booking.com has something for everyone.
Seashells! You got anything more boutique?
Oui, right this way.
Yeah, we're talking. What about something more family friendly?
Maybe a resort with a water park?
Or somewhere less family friendly?
Yep, one Vegas hotel for the bride-to-be.
What if we hate everything?
We have free cancellation. Find exactly what you're booking for.
And right here, they let you know that on the early morning, South Carolina prepared for church, and dozens of slaves came. They're going to let you know it was the Indians. So the 1740 was based off of the Stono Indians Rebellion War. Now, let's walk it down. When we get over here, you had Governor James Oglethorpe. James Oglethorpe was a defender of the Stewart family, those black kings that founded Charleston. Well, they need to get closer to this port down in Florida, so they're going to establish themselves in Georgia, a place called Darien County. At the time was the richest place. And you're going to get Savannah, and you're also going to get Spalding, Georgia. Spalding, Georgia is going to be a guy by the name of Spalding who's going to end up buying all the land up in St. Paleo Island. Okay, he's going to own all of the land in St. Paleo Island before it was over with. He was connected with a Indian trader out of Charleston. What's my boy name? It's gonna come to me. And they also were associated with the Forbes company down in Florida. So through that family, they're gonna end up making their way to Tennessee as well. And they're gonna marry into these American Indian families, and they're gonna start what is called land lotteries and ways to remove the Indians off the land. Now, we're going to speak about the Yamasee, a small tribe found on the side of what is now Savannah by Governor Oglethorpe, 1733, when they founded the colony. You had the Yamakra, shout out to the Yamakra. Now, when we come here, the uprising followed, known as the Yamasee War, participated more or less actively by the Appalachian, the Catawba, and their allies, the Appalachia Creeks, the Cherokee, Rapid Success colonists, first against the Yamasee and then the Catawba, and they advanced to the north, and they put an end to immediate danger of the Yamasee, Appalachia, and Appalachia. Now, when we come over here, they say that the Yamasee were extinct. But at the Bureau of American Ethnology, in page 106, they say that it was written November 27, 1736. The Pueblo Timucuan probably contained remnants of Timucua's people and descendants of who? The Yamasee, proper of the old people Gullah. Appalachia do not appear to have settled in St. Augustine. Two individuals in the name of the tribe. Now that's gonna bring us to Georgia. We're gonna run through it. We setting it up. Georgia. We gotta go through Florida, Georgia, because the real Gullah don't come out of there. And then the Ogeechee River, and then we got South Carolina and this Florida. We finna make it make sense. So boom, the Highlanders that landed in Florida. This James Ogletree, and he's there for the Stewart family. He's a Jacobite. So here's the Jacobites right here. Now we know the Jacobites were melanated because we go to what's called the Jacobite gleaning. When they lost the wars, they became prisoners right here in the States. There's a description of 150 rebels who was taken prison. Now it's gonna name their age. It's gonna give you their name. It's gonna give you their age, their occupation, their place of birth, their height, and it's gonna tell you what color they are. As we see swarthy, or you see black, you see tall and slender, brown. Oh, hold up. As we come down here, dark complexion, well-made, black hair. Here go one with pale complexion. Here go one with fair, brown, dark complexion, well-made. So we know that these people are gonna also look like us. And when we go over to Virginia, colonial soldiers, you also see when we look on the list, these Irishmen, these people that's these Irish, these people that's coming out of England. They're dark with brown hair, the Englishmen, they go a fair one. But Virginia planters dark, but you're seeing these European people who are dark skinned. Now, 1791, you get what's called the, so, okay, I skipped this here. After that war, at Stoner Rebellion, you get 1754 to 1763 French and Indian War. Treaty of Paris to be signed. Proclamation line 1763 be drawn by King George, because the tribes from upstate, such as the Iroquois, what gonna become the Westos, they were raiding slave raiders. So King George, and they was taking land in 70. King George with the proclamation 1763. Well, a guy named Conasauga from the Onondaga tribe of the Haudenosaunee, he's gonna help them create what's gonna become the Continental Congress up in the upper 13 colonies.
Reimagine exceptional with the Buick Envision.
Well, these people are gonna come down and basically, try to come conquer the other tribes. So that's why the proclamation line was drew. Now, since they're there under the King's Charter, they cannot cross the Appalachians. So this is what brought the Scottish Highlanders into it, because they can go across, and they were arch enemies with the English, but it was business, and that's how they became Indian traders. Well, that's gonna lead you down to the Pontiac Rebellion, shout out to Rod Hayes. Then that's gonna take us into the Cherokee Anglo Wars, or what you call the Civil War, 1783 Treaty of Paris, that'll be ended. 1779, the Sullivan Expedition, that'll kill the Iroquois government up in the north, which the United States modeled their constitution after and their government after these people called the Iroquois, or the Haudenosaunee, Indians who look just like us. 1779 Southern Expedition will finish them. Now, some of those tribes actually created the United States out of that branch, and they went against the larger tribes, the Seneca, the Mohawks, so on. But we pushing now. 1791, George Washington went to 13 colonies. He wanted to expand to the southeast. And after 1783, that proclamation line that was drew, and they couldn't cross the Appalachians, well, it's null and void. First thing, executive order, null and void. We crossing it, and we finna run up in there. So the play was 1791, the civilization plan. This is where the 5 civilized tribes are gonna come from. Now we're dealing with southeast area. They need to get to Georgia, to hit Georgia, and so they can hit Florida. This is the plan, and also Alabama. And they have allegiance because in 1783, 1786, 1788, it was some sign called the Treaty of Hopewell, which brought in the Creek Indians, the Cherokee, and the Choctaw. This is what's going to give them access to trade on the Mississippi River off the G pass of the Choctaw. Now, so 1803, you get the Louisiana Purchase. 1807, you get the Federal Road through Georgia. You had what's called the Red Sticks and the White Sticks there. So this is going to become the Creek War. Really 1810, but they got it 1813, 1814. And it's known as the Red Stick War. And it's a civil war between the Creeks because some people on one side, the traditionals, and then the mixed races. The traditionals did not want to sign the civilization plan. The mixed races was for it because they were in the masonry. All treaties were signed by Masons, and they had bloodline ties to them. I give you this one. The Cherokee, the principal chief of the Cherokee for 40 years is John Ross. His dad name is Daniel Ross. He was a Jacobite, like I just showed. He ended up trading on his father-in-law, John McDonald, who was a British agent, but he went down into into Florida. Well, he knew a lot of them because the younger branch of the Cherokee, the Chickamauga, they broke off and went down into Georgia with the Creeks. That's why if you ever in Atlanta on Peachtree, it's called Standing Peachtree. The Creeks and the Cherokee fought right there. These youngsters too. But they opposed the ways of the elders in their nation. They became the Chickamauga. So
I ain't got no pushback and none he's saying right now. I don't know if the elders got some pushback. Maybe they can come on later in the future and and say, some things what they want to say about the video, but I ain't got no pushback right now.
Now we're pushing down into the South after this Creek Civil War. And then you're going to have the Battle of Fort Mims, which we'll win that. We caught them off guard. They left the gate open. Then you have the Battle of Horseshoe Bend. And then Battle of Fort Jackson, 1715. After that battle, we'll leave Georgia going to Florida. That'll begin what is known as...
Have you ever met Miss Lindy? She's a gal with the bright red hair. Now she stands high from all...
The Seminole Wars, 1816. Now, this is me, because I'm just talking, I'm not an armchair scholar. This is me in Florida at the Seminole reservation, 1 deep. I got like 1 hour and 45 minutes of footage. Now, let's go into it. Now, they want to get down inside this area. We almost done too, y'all. We finna run through there. So, in accordance with the settled colonial mentality Jackson era, because Andrew Jackson is the one who wanted to raid it. The Rothschilds didn't want to put the money up. They were more focused on the industrial industry that was going on in the upper colonies. And so, but they saw the value in the agriculture as it would move from beaver pelts to deerskin to agriculture. The South was way more richer because, as we know, that's where the Black Belt, that's where the best soil in the world is at. And, we have abundance of it, of resources coming out of the ground. So they saw the value in this. So when the U.S. was created, their Constitution, they get everything together, boom, the Cherokee is created. This 5 civilized tribe is created. And they're basically going to be a governmental body over these nations that are in these geographical areas that the United States is going to set up. Boom. So now let's walk through it. They said that now you had these other people sign treaties. They said the Seminole signed treaties. Well, at that time, there were people who were on the side of the Seminoles and saying that these treaties were fraudulent. Now, we're going to go here. This then formed a strategy. The first and foremost aim to eliminate them from the land. Deceit, cohesion, and already seen were persuasive. Now, the U.S. House of Representatives, Horace Everett of Vermont, addressing the opening of the Seminole War, simply stating the obvious when he replied in the negative to his self-possession, his core. An initial reason, quite telling, was the fact that our treaties, or as they say, white man's treaties, made in our language, translated by our interpreters, and by them Seminoles, imperfectly understood, imperfectly remembered. Another primary objection, according to Everett, opponent of the Jackson Indian removal, was unquestionable fact that what Euro-Americans and or our own historians. We tell the story because these circumstances insisted in all question, doubt, power. Now, what are they speaking about? Because he's gonna come back and say it's influential and influential, not quite dated historical history of the Second Seminole War. They're gonna say Mahone documented evidence and among other sources that the private diaries of Major Ethan Allen Hitchcock, the Army leading expert on Indian policy, guess what he's gonna say? Hitchcock was quite adamant in charging that the Jackson administration was dishonest in dealing with the Seminole Indians. So the Treaty of
Hey, get the
Payne
lights
Landing,
up, get the
people
lights
talk about
up.
the Seminole sign. Seminole never signed the treaty. We was gonna bang it out. What are we doing? We're gonna go through that. So he said this unusual arrangement, Commissioner James Gasson bypassed the nearby Indian agent. So what happened? This is the guy Hitchcock again. He was convinced that Gasson had resorted to bribery, okay, to acquire the necessary signatures and the supposed consent of the Seminoles. This allegation stemmed from first-hand account by Army Captain Charles Thurston. This whole issue was fraudulent. And this is government calling it out, but they're gonna bypass it because then they're gonna bring them into the play on the money play. But anyway, in Washington, D.C., he never could have got the treaty through if he had not bribed the Negro interpreter. So when we hear people like Abraham and these famous Indians, these are traitors. Why? Because they used Abraham for $200 to sign the treaty. I didn't say it. This is what they're gonna say. So check it out, right?
And I don't agree. Excuse me. And I don't agree with that. You know, he feel how he feel. We don't agree, and the elders, we don't agree. Ain't nobody out here agreeing with none of that. We out here, been out here. Yeah, we don't agree with none of that. I did a couple of little things to kind of, show some examples and, stated my opinion about it earlier within the bill, but I still stated more like, excuse me. It's like I say, everybody was getting paid. And Cudjoe got paid too, but they ain't bring that up. You know what I'm saying? Did he backdoor him too? He was the interpreter also. And that was the most chiefs that signed. And they also moved on the other side of the river when they got done with that treaty. Yeah, they moved to the other side of the river. So with all this saying that, I guess they said that he gave Abraham $200 to say that they had say so on if they was gonna go to the west or not. But they did have say so because after that, but they sent the people out there to go look at the land to go let them know was it cool or not. You know what I'm saying? So, and then on top of that, why would they protect Abraham? Why would they continue to protect Abraham throughout all the wars and continue to lose money, continue to lose, people getting killed, continue all the resources? Why would they continue doing all this? Because of Abraham, so-called a slave. How did he get so much pull to where even the other Creeks within, not the other Creeks, but the other chiefs is saying that Abraham is no good, but he's still walking around. He's still doing whatever he want to do. He still got a following. He's still, the people is hollering at him, doing sit downs. This is 5 years later. Why would they still be doing a deal with him if they thought they did a deal in 1832 to make them move around, but they ain't never move around, but they gonna still do more deals with this dude? He was the reason why they came up with the law when they came to Oklahoma that black people couldn't be allowed no more in the like the little important meetings or the gatherings, or you know what I'm saying, whatever they used to have, whatever they used to come together, and as far as make the decisions as a people. He was the reason because he deceived them for so much money and for so much. They felt like that it was a waste of time. You know what I'm saying? Because on top of that, and a lot of people felt like that the government put these black people in a position to where they wasn't slaves, to where they were citizens like the Indians when they came to Oklahoma, but it was a lot of pushback, so they tried to enforce a Creek law because the Seminoles didn't have their own land at that time. Because it's like I say, they started doing a little 1-2 that they do, and it kind of put us in a weird situation to where they can do a slave trade. It's like I say, this is all about making money, and Abraham was able to conserve all the black people in Florida at that time. A majority of the black people that was tripping, or the ones that they was, going at, it was a lot of other Negro chiefs that was putting it down. Caesar Bruno. You know what I'm saying? But they killed him, but he was a turbulence. He was causing them problems, they said a lot. You know what I'm saying? So you got the Robert Chief. You heard about him, bro. I just got done playing a video. Like, come on now. And Abraham was the head chief of all these dudes. So the government just kept on, just letting him get over. You heard sometime in some of the videos where they was like, "Oh, I'm waiting on him," or "We waiting on," like he just moving around like, like one of the guys. I'm talking about within the Chiefs. I'm talking about he around Osceola. That's Osceola, big homie. Abraham is Osceola's big homie, man. You know what I'm saying? He was a young warrior chief. You know what I'm saying? For real, though. And I just thought it was crazy, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say it was crazy, but that dude looked crazy for him to just say, if it wasn't people for like Abraham, we wouldn't be. Now, what you talking? That's crazy. Hey, just gonna just all put it on Abraham. That's wicked. You know what I'm saying? Like, and after that, he killing more people. Or they killing more people within the army. They chasing them down. They got to do all type of things to get at them. He saying everything is cool. Then again, they start warring again. Like, come on, man. Like, that's like I say, they was gonna be moving anyway, but it was kind of, in and out on when they wanted to move. It's like I say, they came out here to Oklahoma to look at the land, but they got the Indian agent got them drunk, and the government didn't recognize it. You know what I'm saying? They always getting paid. They got paid to come out here. Everybody. Like, so I guess everybody busters. As far as the Chiefs. I told you, man, they take you to a tree and get at you like that, man. They stopped doing that in the 1890s. I'm going to bring them stories. Like, man, they would. And you know what make it so crazy? If he was so much of a buster and all this, how did he outlive everybody? And did nobody tell on him? How did nobody tell on the so-called slave? Like, yeah, it's crazy, but we're gonna keep the bill going.
Right here, a black interpreter named Abraham purposely misrepresented the stipulations in such manner to leave the chiefs under the impression that they were, and they have the ultimate decision on whether to move to the
And purpose to so. And another thing I wanted to bring out too, like these other Indians know English. It's like Abraham ain't the only one that know how to communicate. As you see, that it was times that these Indians was coming in and they was, well, if you go back to the General Jessup's bills, they were spending the night with and having lunch and having breakfast with General Jessup and 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 having conversations with each other. Jumper, Micanopy. I mean, come on now. That's crazy. But it's like I say, this ain't no shot at Topcat. You know what I'm saying? He got his opinion. I just thought that it was crazy for him to, to bring up something like that out of all the other pages that Abraham did. And goddamn, out of all the other things, in front of 2,500 black people in America, gonna say that he was a buster. Kind of yelling out and pointed out that a white boy said the white boy, and then it says, hold on, let me read this real quick. It's crazy. Moreover, there were no minutes. Hold on, convicted garrison acquired necessary. Okay, decade-long refusal to move. Hiscock was convinced that Gaston had resorted to bribery and a chimney in order to acquire the necessary signatures and the supposed consent of the Seminoles. So he had to bribe, he had to convince a so-called slave to do this. He couldn't just punk him. He couldn't just tell him what to do. He couldn't just have him on robot. He couldn't just treat him like a so-called how they was treating slaves and black people at the time. He had to bribe Abraham, talk him into telling the chiefs that they would have the authority to be able to say when they will be able to go to the West. Or that if they're going to the West or not. And then it says, this allegation. So, is there, just like I said earlier, I would like to see the primary source within that. Within my builds, my last couple builds, I've been, coming with straight primaries. Straight from the generals, straight from DC, straight from colonels, straight from commissioners, straight from majors that's in the field. This is a book. This ain't even a primary. He just started yelling it to 2,500 people. Standing on it like, yeah, Abraham is a buster. That's how they got pushed out the land because of Abraham. That's wicked. Damn. But just like I said earlier, man, everybody got their sources. Everybody gonna believe what they believe. Everybody gonna do what they do. And I ain't mad at nobody. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give my opinion. That's why I started my channel. So I can start putting out the facts about black Seminoles, which I am a black Seminole. I put up the pictures earlier, how I'm connected to Abraham, which I will be bringing the paperwork here within the next couple of builds. So, you know, I just ain't getting on her just saying anything. You know what I'm saying? A nigga tired of everybody, you know, because everybody got the right to do what they want to do, but I'm tired of seeing a lot of shit on YouTube when, you know, people got Abraham and they call it, and another thing, they keep saying Cujo, nigga, it's Cujo, nigga. Everybody keeps saying fucking Cujo. Nigga, it's Cujo. Now, niggas talking like white boys when y'all say that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? For real, though. It's just like, man, a lot of shit is just, you know what I'm saying, that me and the fan bam sit back, man, and look, be like, man, what the fuck is this shit? And this is the old heads, too, you know what I'm saying? Niggas ain't respecting it. You know what I'm saying? On the for real, though. So that's why I started my channel to, you know what I'm saying, to get my insert on from a real Seminole that's out here in Oklahoma on the land, still on the land, still in this big engine country, holding it down. So I say, man, let me start my page and start putting the info that I'm finding, and also bring the elders that I know that can come up here and give details on their mother, father, grandfather, grandmother, aunties, uncles, you know, that was born in like the early 1900s. And, you know, the stories and stuff that they heard. You know what I'm saying? What's up, 666? He gonna get off the bricks. Ty Sam coming through, bro. Him, you know, this chilling man doing this reaction to this legendary Topcatz. And shout out to legendary Topcatz. Just like I say, this ain't no shot or none that Topcatz. You know, the elders and me thought it was kind of effed up that you said that Abraham was a traitor in front of 2,500 black people when he was one of the oldest, one of the unforgotten black men ever to even step over her. He was part of the Seminole War, where it's the longest got bodies. He fought. You know what I'm saying? He freed black people. He was even freeing black people in Louisiana and Arkansas on the way up here to Oklahoma. I'm gonna bring that story, and for you to go on a channel with almost 500,000 subscribers and put that kind of smut on my peoples, man, that's damn. It's like I say, man, a nigga fuck with Topcatz, but damn, that was effed up right there, man. That was effed up. Let me keep reading this. Okay, but this allegation. So just like I say, we just ain't. I want to see the primary source. Niggas are saying that now. He was saying that it's a third. He also said earlier, if you go back and listen to the video and shit, he said, "Oh, it's a third party like Meech." You know what I'm saying? So now that's what I'm saying. Did nobody know about no snitching because Abraham is so important, like Big Meech and all this old crazy stuff, man, just to prove your point, man, just because you following this book. And there's real people out here that's from that. You know what I'm saying? That's why niggas ain't feeling that at all. And he say, well, shit, he can Osceola. But I'm like, damn, my nigga, how you can Osceola and you talking like this about the big homie? If you can Osceola, Osceola respected Abraham. He getting people up out of here that's doing goofy shit. How did Abraham pass the sniff test of a buster when y'all trying to say he a buster? Because of this allegation stemmed from a first-hand account by Army. So an allegation is a first-hand account. That's how you know it's goofy right there. By enemy captain Charles Thorson, who later heard Gatson, who later heard. So first, this is an allegation that's later heard Gatson openly admit to his friend President Jackson. So this is President Jackson. This is the dude that's a big boy. This is the president that did a lot of crazy stuff to be able to get things done through Tennessee, through New Orleans, through Florida. He got all that. He pushed the line seriously. And for him to say that I couldn't get a treaty done because of I had to bribe a fucking so-called slave to move thousands of people, one slave. Man, like, how that makes sense? I mean, I ain't trying to disrespect Topcatz, but man, you disrespecting the peoples, my nigga. By you saying this, that's why I still can't get over the fact that it was 2,500 people listening, and you decide to kind of like highlight this and say, well, you know, they said it in this book, and it's really not. I want to see the primary source. Man, the family want to see the primary source. You know what I'm saying? Just say this allegation stemmed from a first-hand account by. Man, let me blow this up. It's crazy. This allegation stemmed from a first-hand account by Army Captain Charles Thorson, who later heard, so we got an allegation that was heard, Gatson openly admit to his friend President Jackson during a meeting in Washington, D.C. that he never could have got the treaty through if he had not bribed a Negro interpreter. That don't even make sense. According to Thurston, a West Point graduate, 1814, who was also present during efforts. So we got two people, but it's still an allegation that's heard. That's present during efforts to enforce the treaties in Florida. A black interpreter named Abraham, aka Abe, or Abram, Abram, purposely misrepresented the stipulations in such a manner as to leave the chiefs under the interpretation that they were to have the ultimate decision on whether to move to the west. When they did have the ultimate decision, because they agreed, everybody agreed. If they didn't agree, they wouldn't even came out to Oklahoma. They wouldn't even send people out to Oklahoma. And then on top of that, Cudjoe got paid too. Why Cudjoe name didn't pop up? Just Abe. Come on. I'm saying that the white boy is putting smut on Abraham for the simple fact that they saying that they had to do this for the simple fact that this black man is doing so much, doing what he wanted to do. I just don't know why they just don't gaffle him up. Why they just want to arrest him? Why they just want to enslave him? What's so important about him? $200? That important? And then on top of that, but they didn't move until 5 years later in 1837, 1838, and after that, a lot of people died, a lot of resources, a lot of money, a lot of things went towards, and they were still talking to him and let him come back to DC in 1850s to take the picture with the chiefs. Come on, man. You just put smut on the real OG. Man, they put it down before anybody put it down. Man, I don't want to hear about no weak ass Stono Bello. I don't want to hear about no Nat Turner. None of that. We talking about a man that was going to war with the army where they said that it was a Negro war in Florida, the Seminole War. He was a Negro chief that went to the table with generals to have conversations about how to stop the war. Got things from the general as far as horses and all type of things like the other big chiefs and other Indians got through conversation. Was able to trick the white people. Now we trying to put it out there like the white people tricked him and did some stuff. They had to go through a whole bunch of shit to make this happen. How was that a trick? That should have just happened in 1832. They should have just been out there. If he was just so much of a buster and that's how they had to do. But just to say that, man, okay, it's in this book. Man, I want to see. I'm looking for the primary, man. Hopefully he can bring the primary. I'm looking for the primary. Hopefully somebody else can bring the primary and shut me up, please. Because at this point, I don't believe the white boys. I don't believe everything the white boys say. Yeah, I get some information from some white boys, but I'm taking the meat off the bone. I'm not believing everything the niggas say. Yeah, I'm believing what I think that what I'm getting from it. Everybody's gonna take whatever they take from it. I'm taking shit from how I'm taking from it. So it says, to have the ultimate decision on whether to move west. This was the simple, unquestionable truth. The simple, unquestionable truth on whether to move to the west. So one slave. Come on. He ain't get hung and he crossed them. He didn't get hung, but he crossed them. The big boys in the game. The dudes with hundreds of slaves on their plantation. Yeah, the generals. Come on, man. It's crazy. The simple and question as Hitchcock understood it, it is also supports the Seminole version of events as they maintain the treaty stipulations were falsely presented to them. It was falsely presented to them. It's a fact. It's out there. It's in the Indian newspaper. It's on Facebook. Everybody know. And he didn't get touched. Did nobody slap him? Did nobody do nothing to him? Did nobody get his people's up out of here? Nothing. But they got Charlie up out of here though. And they also got some other people up out of here too. But the so-called, where the Pan-Africans say that he's a slave, he's not a chief, he gets a pass. Come on, man. The fact that a payment, hold on. His caught events as they maintained that the treaty were falsely presented. The fact that a payment of $200 to Abraham under the guise of just compensation was written into the treaty at the time, plus other reports regarding his present for soliciting bribes. I can't read whatever he had at the bottom, but let's hear what he's saying.
Which this was simple, unquestionable truth. Now his cop understood what it also supports. He also supported the similar version of the event and maintained that the treaty stipulations were falsely represented to them. All right, and the payment of $200 to Abraham. So they didn't gave him $200, and he didn't came here and spoke for everybody. So let's walk right here. Like I said, why am I qualified to speak on this conversation? Because
so he got paid $200 and was able to convince. Man, let me bring it up, man. Did I get rid of that? Hold on, man. Let me bring this up real quick. Hold on, man. Let me bring this up real quick, man.
The owners of the Ocklawaha Treaty as the brothers Omatla, Black Clay, and Big Warrior, who openly acknowledged the
Matter of
signing.
fact, hold on. Hold on.
Removal could have been.
So he was able to convince all these people. He was able to convince Hola, Amala, Jumper, Hoja, Charlie, Hojo, Sam Jones, Ha, Mikano, Toxie, Takashi, Halala Minko, Hichidi Minko, Anaha, Holamata. He was able to convince all them this one slave. Come on. These is killers. Man, they pushing the line, man. They the ones that press the buttons, man. Man, these is real men. And now we gonna put the jacket on Abraham that he was Big Meech. He Big Meech in 18. Come on, man. Now he did a third part. He did the third skies. Come on, man. That's crazy. About this, I ain't got it blew up. I'm tripping. Cudjo right here. Let me get this off. Nobody hitting the link. Cudjo right here. He got paid too. And everybody got paid. All the Chiefs got paid for being there. Like, come on, man. It's crazy.
right here, William Billy Osceola, because $200 to Abraham. So they didn't gave him $200, and he didn't came here and spoke for everybody. So let's walk right here. Like I said, why am I qualified to speak on this conversation? Because right here, William Billy Osceola, Willie Paul is my 8th ancestor. This is my genealogy right here. This is me at his burial site. Now, when I went there, this is in South Carolina. Had to cross the bridge, everything, left out of Charleston. Went to go see
and this why I'm speaking up on it. You know what I'm saying? Cause this is us. This is the Abrahams. We still here. We still here. And I ain't playing when I'm talking about this and getting on her and talking about this information, but I ain't no buster. You know what I'm saying? Like come on, man. They would have got him up out of here, man. These is cutthroats. He said that Osceola is his people. How is Abraham talking before Osceola sometimes during war? This is during war. Like, come on, man. Like, this is crazy. Let me bust it down again. Yeah, that's me. We know the most. That's my mom's right there. But we going to go down to my grandpa's side because that's where the Abraham is coming from. But my grandma on my mom's side, her mama is a Barkis and her daddy is a Bruner. And it's only 2 Freeman bands, and the Freemans is Bruner and Barkis. And then on the Bruner side, the Bruners like half, I guess you would call Indian. But we gonna bust that down later on. This the chief right here. That's the chief right now. That's his father. That's his father. That's his father, Jim. That's Pompey. And we ain't got the picture of Peter. And that's Negro Abraham. That's why I was speaking up on it.
kinfolk was down there. Beautiful fort right there too. But this is what they say he passed away at. All right, now let's talk about it. Now we rocking. So 1816, we done went through the Second Seminole War, Treaty Payne, all of this shit there, right? Now we're gonna bounce over. This is a story that a lot of people don't hear about. Now, when America won the war in the Civil War, you had something called the Seminole Scouts. They contacted the people who defeated them, who defeated over 8 U.S. generals. That's why when Brother Rich read earlier, this is the most money America ever put in the war. They couldn't do nothing with us. And I'm going to show how we built the most powerful army in the world. And today, they're still the most powerful, and it's because of us. You're witnesses, the Seminole Indian Scouts. What happened? Well, they left Florida, went to Oklahoma. 1829, Vicente Guerrero, first black president of Mexico, outlawed slavery. So if you could get the you get to Texas, then you could get to freedom. So a lot of Indians found their ways there. In history, they'll call them Maroons. In 20th century, 21st century, they call them Maroons and all of that shit. But they have real names and nations that they come from and bloodlines. So this is Seminole Indian Scouts in Texas. Seminole Indian Scouts, and it speaks about the U.S. Army, the Negro Scouts, this elite group. They're elite. I'm gonna show you how elite they were. Recruited for people living in Mexico. And so the U.S. couldn't deal with what is called the Plains Indians. So they brought in the people that they couldn't defeat to fight them. So the Plains Indians will later be classified as Native Americans. We'll get to that. So right here, as we see, and they were Negro Scouts, Fort Clark in Texas, Brackettville, Texas. The Scouts were protected. The Scouts protected West Texas frontier against the Apache Comanche Indians.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter
1872 to 1914, 26 missions resulting in 12 battles. Now watch this here. You know why they called them elite earlier? Because no Seminole Negro Indian scout was ever wounded or killed in combat. And 4 scouts earned the Congressional Medal of Honor. Okay? We never lost a man, homie, when we went out there. As they said, we guarded the borders of Mexico because Mexico came and got us as well as the U.S. Mexico wanted us to guard the borders, and there we became family. As you see right here, El Nacimiento Tribu, Negros, Muskogos, and Seminoles. Okay? And on Juneteenth, when we celebrate, guess what? They celebrate. Why do this Mexican village celebrate Juneteenth? Because this is where the Seminoles came. And you see them right here. The Seminoles also pushed over to Bahamas and inhabited the area of Bahamas, Cuba as well. Very important to this is you had something called the Union Army used Southeast Indians called USCTs to win the war. Now, over 200,000 black soldiers served in the United States military. African Americans weren't allowed. Then they said, let the black man get upon his person the brass letter U.S. Let him get an eagle on his butt and the musket on his shoulder, bullets in his pocket. There is no power on earth that can deny that he has earned the right. And we know that's Frederick Douglass, right? So boom, Lincoln, which me and him have the same grandmother. So let's walk. This is the United States Army troop. Why is this important? Let me show you. So 1861, the Confederate Army, they signed a deal with the mixed race Indians of the 5 civilized tribes. For the Chickasaw, for the Creek, you had Daniel McIntosh, Willie McIntosh. You had others, and they end up forging the names. So what they did at this time, we're in Oklahoma, Indian Territory. So they came in with the Confederate Army and thought they was gonna sneak attack us. So United States had put out something called the United States Colored Troops in Kansas. If you can make it to Kansas, then you can fight on side of the Union. We'll give you weapons and everything. So they tried to sneak attack the traditional Indians in the area. And right here, what they said, they fought like tigers. And this is the 1st Kansas Colored Infantry who saw a battle. And not only that, we will defeat the last Confederate general. Why is this important? Because when the United States Colored Troops got in there, we're fighting in Indian Territory. Albert Pike came down there and signed those treaties I spoke about the Treaty of Hopewell, 1783, 88, 86, 1791. The Cherokee had to do the Treaty of Hosting because they kept trade with Spain. Well, they are outside. They were in the U.S. jurisdiction. Albert Pike came and brought them outside the U.S. jurisdiction into the Confederate. Well, this is the last general. This is General Stan Wadey. He come out of what they call the treaty signing fraction. His brother was unalived. His cousin, Elazno Boudinot, or Buck Wadey, and Big Ridge, Major Ridge, who came up with the plan. Can't nobody sell land. If you sell land, then we're gonna get you out of there. Well, they was gang style or mob style executed. Stan Wadey was the only one to survive. He was the last Confederate general to surrender. And this was at Dokesville, Oklahoma, near Fort Townsend. He was the last Confederate, and he surrendered to...
Go from homemade recipe to household.
Our people. And for that, we got what's called the 1866 Treaty, which even gave Creeks 160 acres. We got the same thing. This basically was a new constitution. The 14th Amendment would come around the same time, which they would offer citizenship to people who didn't want to be a part of the tribal nation and wanted to come into the jurisdiction of the United States. So 1866 Treaty. Now, The other day, Brother Richie asked about John Horse. You know, we can't go through the Seminole without talking about John Horse.
Oh,
Well, a lot of people know him as John Horse. John Horse was stiff. He was an old timer. His name was Warren Kabbalah, and he's gonna make his way to Texas. And he was a Seminole Scout. He headed the Seminole Scout. When they came to talk to him, that's who they came. So it was Warren Kabbalah. He went to a place called Coahuila, Texas. If you look in the background on this picture in the early 1900s, this is Coahuila, Texas. This is Mexico. I'm sorry. This is Mexico, Coahuila, Mexico, or Coahuila, Texas. And as you see, we got the trumpets. Look like a second line going on out there. Everybody, this guy got on a 3-piece suit. This is what John Horse came to. So you had the Buffalo Soldiers. Now John Horse was a Seminole Scout. This is his grandson, John Jefferson, of Seminole Negro Chief John Horse. Jefferson was a scout for who? The 10th Cavalry Buffalo Soldiers. So after the United States Colored Troops was closed down, they brought forth the Buffalo Soldiers. We're almost done with this. This is the Buffalo Soldiers right here, this regiment.
You know what I'm saying? But I think that the elders don't agree with that. Hopefully she can come on and drop her information. She got a lot of information. She got a lot of information. She coming up out of Mexico from that John Horse descent. And yeah, she got a lot of information. She collect a lot of dots. And one thing, she pushing a line on going at Arthur's. So, you know what I'm saying? That kind of took me back when, you know what I'm saying, she told me that on how, you know, a lot of authors got paid certain money, even though, you know what I'm saying, I guess we should have been in a position to be able to, you know, get the funding to be able to do it. But, you know, somebody else got the funding and they put out what they put out. But, you know, just like I said, it's a lot of elders that ain't agreeing with what's in a lot of those books. They not agreeing that we Gullah Geechee. They not agreeing with that. You know, they, you know, the thought and the knowing is that a lot of our lineage was born in the villages in Florida before the raiding and before we had to get kicked up out of Florida. Not saying that some of the blacks didn't come from plantations. Yes, some of the blacks did, but majority of them was natives of Florida.
They spent over 25 years engaging in fighting Native Americans and mapping unexplored lands, opening up the West for settlement. We built the roads, we built the bridges, we built the highways, we fought the wars, and I had a clip saying that too. This would be the last conflict right here. Every Native American that's on reservations in the West fought against the Buffalo Soldiers, and after that war, the result they were put on these reservations. Now, what's important, when we spoke about the United States Colored Troops, the Third Seminole War, you speak about Billy Bowlegs. Billy Bowlegs, they have pictures going around him of him being this mongoloid type of looking guy. He don't look like us. But what's not known about Billy Bowleg, they tried to say Billy Bowleg ended up passing away in May 1859. Now we know the Seminole War was over 1858, but that's not true. Why we know it's not true? Because Billy Bowleg was one of the principal chiefs of the 5 civilized tribes who supported the Union in the Civil War. In May 1862, he commissioned captain of Company A, 1st Indian Regiment. He was prominent in the raids fighting in Kansas.
You know why a lot of people get the Billy Bowlegs mixed up is because, yeah, he did pass, but his nephew had his same name. You know, that's how they got down. You know, the nephew was really kind of like the one that was next up. You know, your sister's son. You know what I'm saying? Your nephew was more of like your kid more than your own kid. You know what I'm saying? They carried your name and stuff like that. So and most likely that was Billy Bowlegs. Now the Billy Bowlegs that was down there in Florida, yeah, I think he did die kind of early when he kind of got up here early in the game, but I think that was his nephew that was kind of holding it down during the war. But you know, we're gonna do a deep dive into that also. I'm still a rookie in this, and just like I say, I'm just giving my perspective and my reaction off the legendary Topcatz.
And in Indian Territory, taking a credible part in the actions. He died March 10, 1864. That was after the proclamation. So this USCT that we see right here fighting, that made it to Kansas when they tried to sneak us in Oklahoma. And we end up defeating the last one. Well, Billy Bowleg fought in this. He fought for the Kansas infantry. These are these people. So he looked like us. That picture that they showing is a lot. His name, matter of fact, is not even Billy Bowleg. But we'll go into that. I'm almost done. So as we see here,
now that picture that he showed, that wasn't the people that was in Kansas. That was the people that was down in Texas, but it was a lot of blacks. As far as they did get down, they did have to run up to Kansas from Wewoka and from Deep Fork to be able to, you know what I'm saying, have some backup whenever they started the Civil War. But I'm not sure if there was any pictures of the ones that had went up to Kansas, but, you know, we're going to do a deep dive into that also. Yeah, but I ain't going to miss no month. I ain't going to miss no year about what they got to do with the Black Seminoles. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting it all out there, and I'm going to try to come with primary sources. We're going to put it together for sure.
Most Seminole side of the Confederates, and then the refugees fled to Kansas, such as Billy Bowlegs. Now, after the Dawes Act, you had the Curtis Act, and that dissolved the Seminole government and divided its territory amongst 3,000 enrolled tribal members. So they're going to break up the Seminoles as we know it. Now, this is where it come into play. These people like this are being called Seminoles. We almost done. Now, where did this come from? The government, the military force of Canada and the United States have made plain Indian culture groups, archetype in literature and arts for Native Americans everywhere. That's why if we said they're laugh at us, because the institutions have made these people. Now, who are these? Again, we're speaking on the Buffalo Soldiers. We're going to go, the Buffalo Soldiers are going to fight in the Spanish-American War in the Philippines. Well, the Philippines was brought over to the Americas after the war. They were called Little Brown Brothers. This was a slang used by Filipinos during the period of colonial rule following the Treaty of Paris. Now, Mexicans and Hispanics call themselves brown brothers or being called, they're not even understanding, you know, what this means. This is Little Brown Brothers St. Louis Blues. This is the World Fair 1904. These are stage villages put up. So these people are here. Now we have Plain Indian, Plain Filipino, Native Americans, Filipino interaction at Carlisle in Indian school. So we're going to see these people.
Well, I'm going to say that the Seminole Indians ain't Filipinos. They from the Southeast. I ain't going to put that on them, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, they was down in Florida with us. And at one time we was all together. And that's what that was. You know what I'm saying? Now we done got broke up through the years. But just like when I started off the video, when I had the chief of the Barkers Band talking, he saying how we all connected, we all Seminoles, and we need to stop tripping. As you know, that it been a lot of beef and gunplay between blacks and Seminoles out here in Oklahoma here recently, within the past couple of years, a lot within the youngsters. Hopefully that it can get calmed down, and hopefully that we can get back to probably where we was. But a lot didn't happen. But yeah, let me keep it going.
They put out they put out, I think it was 5 million to civilize these people for 50 years. Now, right here, for many years, World Fairs here in the United States featured recreated Native American villages where customers could pay to see inhabitants go through their daily lives.
Yeah, I've been seeing people saying that the Native Americans didn't come over here until the 1800s or something like that. I don't believe that. I believe they was already over here. Just like I said, they was down in Florida with us whenever we came up here to Oklahoma for sure. So I don't know what everybody else, everybody else got different information. Everybody else got their different sources. But, that's what I believe and what I'm pushing. Everybody believe what they believe. I ain't tripping.
Okay, this Chicago World Fair. The Seminole Village, 1939-1940 fair was smaller. So, Brother Rich, when you ask, when we pull up the Seminole pictures, why we don't see us? Because they're going to show us the pictures that came from this World Fair in these villages that was created.
Why would you assume that there's a lake?
Why would I call it the Lakeview?
Fly in the coop, but I need some more. Your antics make me bored, cause I just came around to...
Right here, this is a postcard. Chicago, Illinois, Seminole Indian Village, Chicago World Fair. Again, these are the pictures that are coming up.
And I'm going to say them Indians right there, them was the Indians that was more, like I guess you would say, by Miami and kind of eastward. You know what I'm saying? They was real deep in the South. You know what I'm saying? But they was really tripping on the North. You know what I'm saying? The North and the Southwest. Now, Cudjoe Town was Southwest, up under Tampa Bay, but it wasn't down there at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? That's where they was. See, that's how, I forgot that one chief, but as far as when they started the Third War, that's where they was really doing they really big tripping down there at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? But they ended up getting Billy Bowlegs and most of them blacks up out of there, and they let them live and they let them stay. You know what I'm saying? So I understand he's saying what he's saying and he doing what he doing and he got his information and he pushing what he pushing and it is what it is. That's why I got my channel and I'm speaking up on what I'm speaking up on for my peoples. You know what I'm saying? On my side of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming from the Oklahoma Seminole side. That's where I'm coming from with it.
Now, where did this Seminole come from? A guy named Stanley Smith. We almost done. He came from Florida in 43. He was a missionary that arrived to them, Big Cypress Reservation people. Now, in 1934, something took place called the Reorganization Act, where they basically had to come in and it went from a traditional bloodline chief to now basically like in the U.S. government where you had to do election. So again, another Seminole village. This right here is a recent.
See, I don't know about that. They said in the 1920s when Jim Jumper got elected out here in the 1840s, when Wildcat was supposed to be chief, when his father passed, he was one of the top chiefs with Micanopy. And when they passed, when they got out here, Wildcat was supposed to be the chief on how they do it within the council. And that's what I meant the council. That's when Abraham was the reason that the government put in a rule that the blacks couldn't go to the councils no more. Because they said that the blacks was too much influence. They punking the Indians, so-called. They can't. They telling the Indians what they telling the big killers what to do. Stop it. You know what I'm saying? They had to do certain things to swear us up out of there. But when we got out here to Oklahoma, and you know, they kind of pushed the line on them as far as like, well, you know, you ain't gonna get nothing unless you kind of start moving on how we moving. And you know, some of them broke, some of them fought with us. You know, so and it is what it is. But just like I say, they saying that in 1920, 1930 that Chiefs was selected. No, they were selected in 1840s with us. So I don't know what everybody else is talking about. I'm bringing the primaries with mine. Everybody can do the books and do what they doing. I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm going to continue to do what I'm doing. And it is what it is.
Picture, they put it in black and white, but this guy's alligator wrestling. Well, the oldest alligator wrestling is at St. Augustine Alligator Zoo Park, located a few miles from St. Augustine, we've been talking about today. And right here, when we come over here to the Library of Congress, we see this guy wrestling the alligator at St. Augustine Farm. So everything we did, they tried to get them to do. This is a much older picture. They made the other picture black and white of the other guy. Now, this was the New Deal. Like I said, the June 18, 1934, they did the Reorganization Act. So now your tribe, you have to be voted in. So the first principal chief, look, Billy Osceola, he was the first elected Seminole chief. So they started over. When they started over, this is the first elected. And he came through a missionary guy from Oklahoma, a YT man named Stanley Smith. Now, this is very important because he go the first elected principal chief for the Cherokee after the Reorganization Act. So this is a Cherokee dude who was elected. He first elected for the Seminole. He first elected for the Cherokee. The Gullah War, 1739-58. Now let's kill the Gullah talk, and I'm gonna be quick. Right here, the first person to ever mention Gullah is a guy named John Bennett. This YT man. Now right here, he drew stories of black culture tales drawn from Gullah culture. He considered to be the leading figure of the Charleston Renaissance. Now, when we really get into it, white slave importing patterns labeling enslaved Africans may account to the presence of the word Gullah in American vocabulary. Isolate and defining the qualities as people associated with the label is complicated. Why is it complicated? Because during the last years of the 19th century, Southern writers Joel Chandler Harris, Charles Jones introduced what? Coastal Georgia black dialect.
Do you hear that? The call that brought Harvey Firestone to wander.
And folklore to America. This is 19th century. Now, soldiers who fought in the Civil War was noted to have a strange dialect in South Carolina. Understandable. Now watch this here. George Phillip from Columbia University argued that the Gullah dialect was a form of broken English. Now, how many of y'all out there speak broken English? Hell, I'm from the country. I'm a country boy. Y'all probably, it's a lot of words y'all probably didn't understand. I said tonight, or I said clear. Y'all probably thought wasn't King or Queen's English, but let's work. It's called broken English. They never attributed during the Civil War. They didn't attribute to being an African language. Let me show you when it happened. The view of black Africanness was most clear articulated in Victorian thought. Now watch this. Modernist thought in America challenged the ideology underpinning the Victorian thought of civilized and savage people. Now let's come down here. It said Paleo Islands as a authentic Gullah folk-derived form transformation of ideas, race, culture, which resulted into the adjustment of the way of social sciences. Now look, between the African progenitors, during the 1920s and 30s. Now we just showed you during the Civil War, they said it was broken English. But during the 1920s and 30s, the Paleo Islands were visited by researchers who sought to establish the African origins of their cultural practice, as well include the larger network of low-country blacks assumed to share similar connections to their African ancestors. The Paleo Island dialect investigated their folklore, documented their crafts were respected, and their spirituality, religion beliefs were interrogated. Okay, now for authentic Gullah folk on St. Paleo, it traces research with increased interest, Black folk life, the heightened exploration of Black spaces. Now, these places, Black communities like Harlem sites, where whites could go slumming and escape the constraints of civilized life. Now, watch this here. White modernists penetrated the barrier between Black and white words in search of freedom and imagined beloved primitive had. Why do you say that? Because this guy Franz Boas, who's going to be the anthropologist, the American anthropologist, are two white scholars who engaged in academic slumming during the interwar period. This is very important. Historian Darren Baldwin explains that the cultural relatives are derived in direct sense inspiration, profit as early samplers of what many white people perceive as unique, primitive of African and Southern folk cultures. Now, Parks and Boas' motivations and intellectual orientations were quite different. Both men dedicated their careers to doing what? Making sense that the people existed on the other side of the veil, separated white civilization from blacks. So he understood. Boas credited significant transforming the way that scholars understood Africa. This is coming from a YT man, not the Black scholars, not our heroes. But you know what's gonna happen? And this inspired Black and white academia alike to take a second look at both African things and African people. After this YT man said it, all of a sudden this story that we just went through, and every story that people look like us is now an African story, because this YT man said we need to take a second look, because the first look said it was broken English and there was no African ties. So now we're gonna come over here. Judith Peterkin, I got about 8 slides left. She was the author, South Carolina. She wrote what? On the Gullah people of the Low Country. She was one of the few white authors who wrote about African American experience. You know what's interesting about her? She shaped the 1920s and 30s characterizations of Gullah. Even though Southern writers and folklore collectors had investigated and written about blacks that lived in the coastal Georgia and South Carolina before Julia Peterkin, emphasized that these blacks were distinct from other Black Americans, okay, different cultures. But guess what she said? She consolidation of Gullah as a distinct identity in modern primitives. Now, unlike white moderns in the North, Julia Peterkin did not have to venture to Black spaces. She never been to the Sea Islands. Y'all, the Gullah story is coming from YT women out of the North, writing about experiences about places they never been, getting pushback from their peers who are in the same field. Now check it out. Peterkin, South Carolina native and white plantation owner lived among blacks who worked for her, the racial arrangement heritage South Plantation.
Chase the Northern Lights by train. Travel with a rail pass and remember this winter forever.
I was kind of playing a guessing game when it came to my health.
Now with Whoop, I know how.
She wrote Julia Peterkin short story novel presenting Gullah life on a fictional book. This Gullah story is going to be fictional. It was not real. While the book was not real, Peterkin claimed the stories that she wrote were informed by actual events. Peterkin characterized the uniqueness of Gullah people according to her imagination. And she won the Pulitzer Prize for it. Now watch this here. The Black people who lived in the quarters of Blue Brook Plantation believe they are the best Black people living in the whole net. and in the swamps. Talks about the rice. They are no Guinea Negroes, thick lips, wide nose. This Dinkas. Now watch this here. Peterkin. She's not gonna get no support from YT scholars and a lot of other people. But you know who is gonna back her? The NAACP. All right. Who else? Now Peterkin Blue Brook nested itself deep in the imagination of all who encountered it. And they begin to imagine authentic Gullah folk. The widespread conceptualization of Gullah people was literally rooted in fiction. The first widespread conceptualization of Gullah people was literally rooted in fiction. While Peterkin was busy crafting Gullah tales, were interpreted by the people who read them, modernist social scientists began to seriously take a question about African retentions and look for verifiable phenomenon through which they could prove that voodoo roots and conjure practices among Southern blacks originated in Africa. Now they want to take a second look off of something that was rooted in fiction. Now the hunt for the Gullah people and the search for real equivalent would eventually lead researchers to South Paleo Island. Now here you go on Carolina plantation, Julia Peterkin, the Negroes that stand genuine success attempt yet made the souls of the people. Peterkin makes singular stroke that white people in this book from the first list of the stories of Negroes. Now it's gonna come down. The Carolina plantation by its owner shooting season only came by during shooting season. Now South Carolina was unmatched. Here go the Gullah stories of the late Ambrose Gonzalez in a different diary of woman rights planners. Now, this story is going to take place from this lady. Now, we're going to get down here. Even on ABC, they're going to tell you that the Gullah and Geechee are often used together. The words are unknown. The Gullah comes from Angola, Africa, where many enslaved brought. Then they come back and tell you the U.S. think Gullah refers to Gullah people who lived around the Ogeechee in Savannah, Georgia. Easy work. Now we're gonna come here. We're finna close it out. This guy right here, Lorenzo Dow Turner, he's the father of the Gullah dialect. He's the guy that's gonna hear a word shout song. Okay, Smithsonian word shout song. He heard a song in the Sea Island and said, "You know what? You remind me of some. You sound just like somebody I know in Africa." Well, he worked under, we heard of Franz Boas, the guy who's going to change the way that people looked at Africa. His student, Melville Hercules, who's going to be the father of African studies. Well, his student is going to be Zora Neale Hurston through the Harlem Renaissance, who's going to write the book about Cujo in Africatown, Alabama. Well, his other student was Lorenzo.
And once again, man, it's Cujo. You know, I don't know if they ain't got no Cujos in their family, or you know, I heard somebody on the East Coast saying Cujo. I don't know. I just, you know, where the other Cujos at? You know what I'm saying? The other Cujo, you know, the only Cujos that I know is the ones that's out here and the ones that's in Cali. You know what I'm saying? I don't know no other Cujos. I mean, I don't know. It's crazy. They say Cujo. It's crazy.
Dow Turner. Now, before Dow Turner could complete this, he ended up passing away. So since he passed away, this is the guy that's going to take over. Historian, who we started off with, that told you if you want to know who Gullah is, Gullah Geechee, they kept the most African. Well, this is him receiving a Sierra Leone passport. Why is a YT man receiving a passport to Sierra Leone? And this is at the embassy in Washington, D.C. Because he is the one, Joseph Apala. He is the American notice for establishing the Gullah connection, the historical links between indigenous people of West Africa, Sierra Leone, and Gullah people of the Low Country region, South Carolina, and Georgia, United States.
A delicious cookie made with watermelon seed flour
And we ain't got to go in too deep, but right here is Queen Quet, and you can find in the book what Mosaic was. She got a lot of her information on the Gullah Geechee from this same guy. Bars.
Man, wow. Whew. Man, that was pretty thorough, y'all. That was pretty thorough.
So that's the end of the video. It's like I say, I'm just giving my reaction. I didn't agree with you know, what he was talking about you know, when he brought up my peoples and saying, you know, basically highlighting the fact, you know, in front of 2,500 black people. I ain't gonna say it's a fact, but he reading from a book and saying that hold on, let me find it. Saying that Negro Abraham was a traitor. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy when he really held it down in a major way for black people at a time before black people was really holding it down like that. And hold on, man, let me bring up this little part. And you know, for him to go off the book, she's like, man, I want to see the primary source now. You know what I'm saying? I want to see the primary, just like I've been doing my last couple builds, the Creek versus the Seminoles. And when the Seminoles came back from Mexico, I'm giving you primaries from generals, from the majors, from the colonels. You know what I'm saying? From the commissioners, from the Indian agents. I'm giving you primaries. I want to see the primary. But, you know, we going with the book to put smut on our peoples to say that this was the reason that the Seminoles left Florida was because of this allegation. I don't even know that the allegation is an allegation of fact, but this allegation, whom later heard, so this allegation seemed to sing from first-hand account by Army Captain Charles Thurston, who later heard. So this is allegations that's heard. Gaston openly admit to his friend President Jackson during a meeting in Washington D.C. that he never could have got the treaty through if he have not bribed the Negro interpreter, which they talking about Abraham. So this is a book, and this one so-called slave was able to bribe all these people right here, and at the same time, Cudjoe got paid also. Cudjoe got $200 also. So I guess he is a buster too, but he didn't come up in it. But he was able to bribe Indians, and some of them got English names like Sam Jones and John Hicks. So they couldn't understand English. Some of them people have white fathers, and it's all on. He the only one that know English, and they got English names, and he is the traitor. Is the reason that they gave up Florida. I just thought that was crazy. Like I said, I had got the text message. I didn't even see the video. I had got the text message from the elder, and because we was just chopping it up, and she's like, "Hey, girl, this dude said Abraham was a traitor," so I was gonna go peep out the video, but he ended up going live. I hear this live earlier. You can go check that out. You can go check out the beginning of the video. I'm fit to check out, but it's like I say, this ain't no shots at Topcatz. You know, I ain't feeling what he said right there. A lot of the elders ain't feeling what he said right there, and hopefully that John Horse Descents can come on, and you know, share her information and, you know, give more light on the Black Seminoles. You know, from our perspective, you know, everybody got their own perspective and everybody gonna, you know, give it up on how they give it up. But, you know, we're gonna give it up on how we give it up. That's why I got my channel. I'm gonna keep on pushing what I'm pushing my line. And hopefully that, you know, me and Topcatz can hook up more in the future. You know what I'm saying? To try to, you know, get the truth out about the Black Indians and the Seminoles and stuff like that. But y'all thought that was crazy for him to talk down on the chief, one of the big boys in the game ever to do it, to say that he was a buster and a traitor, and he was the reason that they gave up the land when there was so much that happened, to just put it on him. And did nobody ever hang him? Did no white man ever shoot him in the back of the head? Did nobody ever do nothing crazy to him? He outlived everybody. He outlived everybody that's on this paper right here. He lived the longest out of everybody's. And these were so-called killers. These were so-called the worst war that the government had. So with these men, 2 men with English names, and he got over on them also. So I don't even know how that even makes sense, but it is what it is. I appreciate everybody tapping in for this build. Tomorrow I will be continuing with the Creek versus Seminoles, 1850, and hopefully get some more information out for sure. But hope everybody have a good night for sure.
From the other side of the border for a price that is reasonable. I'm leaving no evidence when they rush my residence. Plus the drugs and the damn presidents. I'm not hesitant to commit gang-like tactics. Got a room specially wrapped in plastic for Saran. I'm Puerto Rican like I was a Nicaraguan. I'm a contraband in 50 states in 2 countries. Steady spending my hustle from Monday to Sunday. Gotta keep the money coming in or it's curtains. Hurting the competition, leaving them in a free. Sworn to spend majority to match the test of in the hard top. You know the marks black, but I'ma continue to mix my ass from a fire pot. And you can't get over on me if I was hard not. I'ma watch you niggas ride in the street, man. Like feet deep, I keep my heat, man. You gon' continue to hold a grudge like the prosecutor and the judge. I push fudge and my family only got it, so I trust and bust 50 at those who wanna try to cross us. I'll be running slash from here to Japan. No money, no caprina. A purchase from the Black Mexican. Moving yeah every day on your tracks, man. Important, extorting money laundering. I'll be running slash from here to Japan. No money, no caprina. A purchase from the Black Mexican. They don't really understand. Label me a contraband. Ever since birthdays, I put my hands in control substance. Hustle to advance when not to lack. Trying to earn me a platinum plaque. Smoking Vegas back to back. I'm in no. Carry fully automatics attached to extendos. Never giving up info. Good know my credentials. Living in residential, sacrifice only the bare essentials. Running off at the den shows that had you in ballistics in my section. Slip in and out without detection, but still got question. Cops was off me 2 years in a new identity, the which protection. I told they neglected the fact that I'm a victim of the ghetto. Where I'm from, we don't tell it. We sell the shit with heavy metal. Put my foot to the pedal when the HBD is right behind me. Richard Rare, Carlos Rossi, Robbie, all in the niggas' face. Everywhere we go, we bring the pain. I just heard the word that my older cousin pulled chain. I'll be running slants from here to Japan. No money, no caprina. They purchased from the Black Mexican. Moving yeah every day on your tracks, man. Import, extorting, money laundering. I'll be running slants from here to Japan. No money, no caprina. They purchased from the Black Mexican. Moving yeah every day on your tracks, man. Import, extorting, money laundering. I'll be running slants from here to Japan. No money, no caprina. They purchased from the Black Mexican. Moving yeah every day on your tracks, man. Import, extorting, money laundering.